Alright guys, I will not make you wait too long today. Oh my god, the stream just started and I already forgot how to talk. Hello everybody, hello Grace, hello Sinful Puritan, that's a funny username. Hello Idiots React, how's it going? Oh my goodness. Hi everybody. So today we are doing a very, like, it's mostly a talking stream. Like, it's a chill, casual Q&A session that you guys asked me a bunch of questions. The reason why I'm doing this way and not, like, in a video is because I hate editing, which is the first secret that you guys are finding out about me in this stream, is that I hate editing things. It's the bane of my absolute existence, so I decided that this would be, I think that also this is more fun, and, you know, a Q&A video is not something that is gonna get, like, a lot of traffic on YouTube, if that makes sense. And so it made more sense to me, like, let's do a live stream so I can talk to all of you guys. Hello, Alex. Hello, Lizwick. Hello, Generic Artist. Hello, Bonk, as well, in the chat. Like, this made sense to me, because I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to spend all this time editing a video, and then it's not gonna get recommended like my other videos are, just because it's not, like, the same thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't have, like, mass appeal and more interactive. Yes, exactly. Don't worry, I hate editing things too. Yeah, I know. It's, oh boy. I'm editing something right now. I'll talk about what I'm editing right now. I'm editing a video about Snuff Out the Light, which is a deleted song from The Emperor's New Groove. Also, you guys have to tell me if the music in the background is okay. It's not supposed to be, like, super loud. It's just, like, a little bop, a little cozy bop or something. So, yeah, I thought that it would be easier, and I was wrong. Oh, how perfect that this music should play as I talk about how I was like, ah, yes, an easy video where I talk about Yzma and the song that I like. And it was not easy at all. It's not going well. I cried yesterday. I cried. So I decided to stop crying. Come on and do a live stream, because I don't think that you guys are getting a video this weekend. I think that you guys will have to wait until next week, because it is, a lot more than I thought it was going to be for some reason. So, I am dealing with multiple, like, setup situations going on here. So please forgive me, you guys, but I have your questions on one screen, but then also, like, a bigger thing with your questions. And so what I'm going to do is, hopefully, for ease of access, like, write down the questions that we are currently answering, and then people can jump around. It would be really helpful if somebody could possibly, you know, timestamp them, like, leave a comment with the timestamps, but we will see. Yes, the Wii music. Just making myself a sandwich before coming by. I also made my sandwich. Well, I made my sandwich personally. I guess it was my sandwich. I made a sandwich earlier is what I meant to say before I started streaming. Lyric chunking method. I will need you to explain that a bit more, Lizwick, but I do have, like, an order of operations for today. First, I'm gonna start with, like, why are we here? Because a lot of people asked, why I started singing in the first place, and then also why I started YouTube. So we're kind of gonna start there. Like, I have a character arc, and then we'll talk about, songwriting advice at some point, eventually. But yes, let me look, because I have notes. Maybe I should make a sandwich? I mean, there's nothing better in life than, like, a good, Accurately made? That is not what I mean to say. See, guys, this is why I have to edit my videos. Because I'm like, what? What did I just say? Nothing better than, like, just, you know, a comfort sandwich is what I think I meant to say. Accurately made? No, like, wholesomely made. How long do you plan to stream? As long as it takes. If I find that we're, like, kind of getting into, like... guys, I answered this an hour ago. What are we doing? Like, if I find that that's happening, hold on, let me change my music. If I find that that's happening, I'll be like, okay, guys, I think we've exhausted all our possibilities here. Let's get out of here. But yeah, as long as it takes to answer all of the questions that you guys, had. So as I just make sure that I have everything pulled up in the way that I want it to, and then we will just get started, and I will write down the question on screen. What did I put in my sandwich? It was a Nutella sandwich. Yeah, it was just Nutella. I don't know if you guys have it, like hazelnut spread. I mean, I think most places have it, but like some places don't. I don't think Arnold has seen it a lot where he lives. Okay. So let me see. Oh yeah, also, by the way, thank you everybody, I totally forgot. That's the first thing I have in my notes. Thank everyone for sending in questions. Yeah, so thank you guys all, by the way, for sending in questions, and then also for the 5,000 subscriber milestone, like, in the very first place. I'm just so, like, blown away by the support and everything. Like, I really couldn't have imagined when I made that video, this is the thanks I'll get. I was gonna say whatever it takes. No, that was the last video I made. I really couldn't have expected just the level of support that video would get. So I guess I'll start with that first, because Deepai asked if I could talk about my journey and love of singing and love of musical theater. Like, when did I start singing? Did I have someone in my life that influenced me singing? And then Mochi also asked about how I got into musical theater songwriting. And Deepai asked that in another comment. Deepai asked in another comment about the musicals I've been in. So we have already a nice setup here to write down, musical, oh my goodness, musical theater journey. Okay, so that's everything that we're answering basically right now. I think that this is a good way. This makes sense to me. This makes sense for me and how I want to, like, format this. Also, this Nintendo playlist, it's not bad, but it's a lot more I wanted, like, cozy. I wanted relaxing. This is a little bit different. That's okay. Okay, so musical theory. No! Oh my god, guys. It's already happening. This is why I need to edit my videos. Okay, that's better. Thank you. So this is our first, like, series of questions. Deepai was not the only person that asked this. A lot of people asked this. So I guess I'll just start first of all, I appreciate how many people have supported the channel this far. I really couldn't have imagined when I made the "This is the thanks I get" video that it would go as far as it did. So I guess I'll just, you know, the backstory for people that don't know that. Also, I should probably start recording in case I want to use this for, like, YouTube shorts or something like that. Very professional, guys. So I posted that video, and I did it because I felt like burning anger, like, in my heart, you know what I mean? And so I guess I should probably start with this. Some of you guys don't know, but I actually have another YouTube channel. I have a main YouTube channel. This is supposed to be my side hustle, and that kind of has changed, right? So on my main YouTube channel, I've been reacting to, like, games and anime and that sort of stuff forever, for a long time. So when Wish came out, or was about to come out, because I made the "This is the thanks I get" video first before the movie was even released, I was like, I really want to talk about this, but I don't think the people on my main channel are particularly going to care, because Hunter and I have talked about, like, Disney adjacent stuff before, so, like, Kingdom Hearts and, like, I can't think of anything, like, you know, Kingdom Hearts worlds and Frozen and stuff, but we never really, like, we never reacted to, like, the Frozen trailer. Like, we didn't do really that sort of stuff, right? we mostly did like gaming and anime. So I kind of did it because I was like, oh, people on my main channel aren't gonna care about this. I just need to like get this out of my system was my mindset. I didn't know it was gonna become such a big thing. And so you can see if you go back far enough that I posted that video about this is the thanks I'll get. And then I just like left because I'm like, I said my piece. The movie bad, like, you know what I mean? Or the movie's gonna be bad, and then I left. I like, you know, went into the ether. But then in January, and I know that this was happening before January, but I think that January and the end of December is when it really started because people had been seeing the movie. That's when like Aster, I think, posted her first Wish video. And then my Wish video suddenly got like super popular out of nowhere. And I was like, what the fuck is going on, right? But then I realized it was because Aster had talked about, I think, this Wish, or Aster had made like a video period, right? And so I was like, oh, I need to like get back onto this because people care, you know, because I posted it and it got like 1,000 views because I had shared it with the Calxiyn channel people, right? And so, you know, it did like okay, but it wasn't crazy. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, like literally overnight, it started to go crazy, okay? And so then I posted the This Wish video. After that, after I had done some work and scripted some things and whatever. And yes, hello Ems, and then Alex is also saying they found my other channel a couple days ago, yes. So, I had done like all of that, and then that video blew up. And usually it takes you a really long time to be able to monetize a channel on YouTube. But for me, it literally took 2 videos. The, this is the thanks I get video, and then the This Wish video, and I had hit it like literally overnight, and it was just crazy. So that's how like this channel started. Let's talk about the musical theater part, but I feel like that's important because a lot of people, you know, they're like, oh, this is so high quality for your first video, and I'm like, well, it's not my first, it's my first video on this channel, but it's not my first rodeo. Like I have been down this road before. Also, I just lost my music. What is going on? I'm gonna skip ahead and see if we can find something else. So, in terms of like musical theater related stuff, I can't really remember. Like if you guys are like, Cal, how do you remember getting into musical theater? I don't know. I don't remember because it happened when I was so young, right? I'm assuming that it happened because of like Disney and my mom, you know, loved the Disney Renaissance and all of that sort of thing. And so I think that Disney was definitely, I say probably it was definitely Disney is what like made me want to start performing and got me interested in performing and singing and everything. And specifically being a performer, I sailed on a lot of Disney cruises as a kid, all right? I think I mentioned that probably, oh, somebody mentioned Twice Charmed earlier. Yes, don't worry, there will be Twice Charmed videos. I guess, hold on, let me say this first. If anyone is ever wondering, like, Cal, will you cover this thing? Like, the answer is always yes. Like, people ask all the time, like, are you gonna keep covering has-been hotel songs? Like, it always surprises me because, I don't know, I guess a YouTuber is not required to cover everything, but like, to me, I'm like, I already did all of these. Why would I stop? You know what I mean? So if you're ever like, when will Cal continue to do, like, or will Cal, if you ask yourself, will Cal keep talking about this thing? Like, the answer is like 100%, like, probably yes. Like, it probably will happen. I probably will talk about, like, unless I die, I will talk about every single has-been song and every single Wish song. Like, I want a complete set of everything. Also, even though there are a lot of songs, when you really think about it, in terms of like longevity, there's not really, like, you know what I mean? That sounds so stupid, but when you think about it, musical theater songs are in limited supply. Like, not really Broadway, but in terms of animated musicals, yes, we are in limited supply. So, it's just good for business if I'm like, yes, I will cover something eventually, because, you know, eventually I am gonna run out. Like, when Barbie, Princess and the Pauper song analysis are done, like, they're done. There's not like, it's not like there's more, right? So even at every week, like, even at one song analysis a week, which I've been trying to do and that hasn't gone very well, but even like twice a week, eventually, like, we will run out, like, we will finish certain shows, right? So I just wanted to say that because somebody asked about Twice Charmed, and it's all connected, okay? Because the reason why I wanted to be a performer that I can remember was because on Disney Cruise Line, they still have, I say used to have because in my mind, it's like when I was a kid, they had this, but no, they still have Broadway-style shows on board, right? And I have a picture somewhere that I did not find for this live stream, but if I did like a 100,000 subscriber Q&A, I'll pull up the pictures, right? If I ever do this again in a more succinct way that's not just talking with you guys, I have this picture that me and my sister were pulled into the audience, or were pulled out of the audience onto the stage, and they dressed us as dwarfs to go with Snow White, and she like held the hands of all the little kids in like a circle on stage. I don't know if they do that anymore. I feel like that they probably wouldn't because kids are just so poorly behaved these days. You know what I mean? Like and you know, everyone wants that Instagram moment or something. I feel like it'd be too chaotic, but there was a time at least when the performers would pull children out of the audience and then put like little beards on them and little dwarf hats on them, and then Snow White would lead them across the stage. So that was the first time I was on stage. I'm sure my mom has a picture somewhere, but I did not find the picture for this live stream, so take my word for it. But I talked about this in, I think, the comments of Twice Charmed. I don't think I ever like said it aloud because I was short on time, but I don't know why I had left my seat because I'm not really that type of kid, but I have a distinct memory of in Twice Charmed, and all the Disney Cruise Line shows, they tend to do this, like they make use of going through the aisle, but I have a distinct memory of during Twice Charmed getting up from my seat for some reason and then going back in, right? And Cinderella was waiting like for her cue because she's like, no, please wait, and the doors like burst open and she's running through the aisle to get on stage to do Believe in Me, which is a song that I've covered on the channel before. And so that moment, for some reason, always stuck with me. I'm getting like goosebumps. I don't know if you guys can see, I have like actual goosebumps just thinking about it because I don't even know what it was, right? Because it was just this very like, you know, Cinderella's waiting at the door and she gives a little wave and then I give a little wave and then I go back to my seat and then 5 seconds later she does her thing, right? Maybe it was because like I started to realize that characters were real, you know? Like that they weren't just like on a screen, and that it wasn't just a show, but like it was a live thing. Like maybe it just didn't click in my brain before that point that theater was live, because if you think of Disney movies, they're not live, they're animated. And like, yes, you meet the characters and like there's meet and greets and stuff, but I think that was the first time I realized that what we were sitting down to watch in the theater was like there were real people and it wasn't just pre-recorded, you know? Because if your only experience going to a theater is a movie theater, as a child, you may think the live thing that you're watching is just like pre-recorded, right? So I think that that's probably what it was. It's like the first time that I realized that there was an element of like, oh, we're actually doing this, right? You think I would have known that when Snow White pulled us to go on stage and be the dwarfs, but for some reason, it wasn't that. I guess it was because, you have the meet and greet characters, right? And so like that particular show was the Golden Mickeys. If you guys don't know, it's basically like an award show type thing, and it's kind of like a song cycle, like it's like a medley. So they just showcase like Disney through the eras. There's actually like Quasimodo does Out There at one point, and then it transitions, I think, into Tarzan or something. So even that, like, just, it wasn't enough. It was seeing Cinderella in that moment before Believe in Me, because Twice Charmed has like a storyline, right? And so it's not just like a medley, like it has an actual story. And so it was like, oh, Cinderella interacted with me and then she kept doing the story, right? So I think that that's what it was. Chat, you guys are saying that you had the opportunity to go on stage once and that you were too scared. See, my mom would not let me be afraid. She's like, you're going. Also, I didn't know what fear was yet, I don't think. I started to have fear later. Like, I started to figure out what being afraid is like later on, but I don't think that I had fear yet. But yeah, I think that that's probably the moment, the Cinderella moment. Now, what's interesting, okay? You guys heard it here first. Here's a secret, kind of. It's interesting that now Disney Cruise Line is more transparent about the fact that the people in the stage show are performers. I don't know how it was when I was a kid, because obviously I was a child, so you'd have to ask my mom or something, but, you know, it was surprising to me when Arnold and I were on the cruise last year. If you guys don't know, by the way, Arnold's my boyfriend, so, of 5 years. At that point, you're not a boyfriend, we're basically married, it's just, you know, we haven't gotten married yet. So yeah, when we were on the fantasy, they were much more transparent about the people in the show being actors. Like, Cinderella would say, for example, like, oh, you can see my good friend Cinderella in the show tonight, you know, and like that sort of thing went on a lot more. And so I thought that that was really interesting that on Cruise Line, they are now acknowledging that the stage shows are shows and there are Broadway caliber actors in the shows, but the characters at the meet and greets are real, right? So that's the distinction now. Is that the meet and greet characters are the real ones. The people in the show are just playing them, which I think is very interesting, because I don't know why they did that. I think it might be because they're starting to, like, have more Broadway talent on the ship, and they're also starting to do, like, more, you know, colorblind casting and stuff like that. So I think it's a mix of those two things, because there have been people that have, like, played Ursula on Broadway, right? And then they come onto the ship to perform as Ursula in, like, a limited run or something. So I think to promote that sort of thing, they started to acknowledge that the shows are shows, right? Because you want to be able to say, so-and-so is Ursula, right? The name of whatever, like, popular actor that they've gotten on the ship for that week. So I think that that might be why. So yes. That is how I got into, musical theater in the first place. That's why I wanted to, do musical theater. That is what, like, inspired me to start performing. And so now we're getting into, and, like, guys, in terms of you guys watching live, this is the most, like, scripted out section that I have, because I had a lot of things I want to say. I promise it'll be a more casual conversation instead of me doing a lecture about my life. But if you guys have any questions about, like, the stuff that I am talking about, like, oh, which Disney cruise was it, or something, like, you know, feel free to interject and everything. But yeah, I promise that after this, we will have a more casual back and forth. I just have a lot, because I was like, oh, I need to make sure that I get every single stage, right? So after that, or in between, I had decided that I wanted to go from dance to singing. So I don't know if you guys know this, but I did recreational dance, like rec, right? As opposed to comp, which is competition dance. And so I didn't hate dancing, but as you guys have figured out, because it's like, oh, fork found in kitchen, right? Like, I have ADHD and I'm autistic, and I did not discover these things until I was 22 years old, which is not great, right? So, I don't want to say I was bullied, because that's not exactly what happened, but, like, I felt like, and I think a lot of you guys will understand, have you guys ever felt, like, passively bullied? Like, no one has shoved you in a locker, right? But, like, people just kind of don't want you around, or, like, you know, they're talking about you sort of, like, in hushed tones and that sort of thing. Like, no one ever, like, came up and, like, punched you in the face, right? But what I dealt with a lot was, like, just sort of a quiet vibe of acknowledgement of, like, oh, like, Cal is the weird one and we don't want to talk to her, right? So, and this gets into what is more stressful in a musical, the dancing or the singing. For me, it's the dancing, because the problem is generalization, guys. Dancers are mean. Dancers are really mean, right? Especially studios that do competitive dance, even if they also have rec, right? Girls are mean still, and it's not just girls, it's dancers, even the male dancers are mean. I do wish, in hindsight, if this is like the first nugget of, like, Calxiyn wisdom, I wish that I had sucked it up, and that maybe, like, my mom had forced me to do, like, private lessons or, like, go to a different studio, because that is one thing that really set me back in musical theater school, was not continuing dance. But I was so miserable, right? I just wish, it's one of those things in hindsight, I wish that I had a better way to articulate at that age why I didn't want to do it anymore. I just knew that I hated it. In hindsight, and this is something I realized in musical theater school, I didn't hate to dance, I hated going there with the other people, right? And like all of that sort of thing. Like, so that's why. But like, hey, like I know how to dance now. It's one of those things that has always been like, you know, you started dancing so late, like this is gonna hold you back, right? In a sense. So, you know, I'm not a perfect dancer, but like I can, right? It's just hard in terms of an audition setting because I get frazzled and then I don't think that they can see like me to the best of my ability, but like I have gotten better. You know, it's funny because my ballet teacher was like, you have great arches, like you have great turnout. Like arches is basically like, I'm not showing you guys my feet, okay? That's not this type of stream. Arches are like the arc of your foot, right? So if you have like a really pointed foot, like nice and pointed, she said that I have like ballet like body basically. Like I have really nice turnout because I'm like kind of hyper mobile or whatever. And so like, you know, I really like ballet. And Lumin asked this. I see Lumin in the chat saying all my life. Yeah, I know. This is what I said. Did you guys see my tweet? I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, but in my back end, I can see what other channels you guys watch. And it was like, ADHD at 21, now what? Or something. Like, it was a channel like that. I guess it's a girl who got diagnosed late in life, and the channel's about her journey with things. And, you guys apparently watch her, so one of you can probably tell me. But it was like, I have ADHD, now what? And like, that was the name of the YouTube channel. And I was like, yeah, fork found in kitchen. I'm not surprised. Like, if you guys didn't realize, you know, through watching an hour-long Barbie video, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, you probably are neurodivergent in some capacity. Like, if you're here, you know what I mean? If you got this far, if you're in this stream, right? No feet wiki, no. I don't think that anyone has seen my feet. Maybe on, like, Instagram, if I had a picture in, like, a bathing suit or something, but I don't think there are close-ups, I hope not, of my feet on the internet. Also, Alex said me, but with music class. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. Mr. Leaf also said being a native kid who likes musicals, that's obviously yes. Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because, you know, a dance class or a music class and like all of that stuff is supposed to facilitate creativity, but it's hard when we're at such a young age and like we're with our peers and then it's like, well, we don't want to be judged. And so, yeah, it's just difficult. But yeah, Lumin asked if I still practice ballet. And so, yes, I have a dance studio in my house. And I try to keep in shape for auditions. I'll be honest, I haven't been as good as practicing. I haven't been as good with practicing as I would like to. I would like to be better. But at school, my teachers really did facilitate, you know, my love of dance and everything. Like, because that's the other thing. Some teachers are mean, but I never had, like, at school, at musical theater school, I never had, like, a teacher that I was like, you're gonna make me cry. Like, you know what I mean? In terms of dance and everything. And so I loved my ballet teacher. If anybody, like, if I could credit anyone with, like, rescuing me in terms of school, it would be that ballet teacher. And I will, like, remember her forever. Centaur World. I will say, you guys keep telling me to watch it. I don't know if I should try to react to it or just watch it on my own time. In terms of reactions, I guess I'll mention this quickly. In terms of reactions on this channel, I have, like, I've toyed around with it because I just don't want this to end up being a reaction channel. Like, my main channel is already a reaction channel. At the same time, though, there are just so few, like, musical theater-oriented things that I feel like that it could be okay. Like, I am going to go see Wicked night one, like in the middle of the night, at midnight, on whatever day. Like, I'm going to go. You guys are not going to see my reaction to Wicked, okay? But, like, something like that, I'd be like, yeah, that may be interesting, like, for me to react to, technically. So, with Centaur World, I'm still kind of thinking about it. I may just enjoy it on my own time, though. Especially because, like, it has a couple episodes, right? So I think it has multiple seasons. Maybe that's not true. Question mark. I don't know. But yeah, I don't want to get too in the weeds about, like, making everything in my life content, so I'm not sure. But I will do something eventually, because you guys do keep telling me about it. Why don't you react on the main channel? Yeah, that's true. That's something that I could do too and just like kind of connect it. Do you want this channel to be bigger than your Calxiyn channel? Yes, 100% yes, ideally. I mean, we will talk more about like YouTube. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I hit the microphone. We will talk more about like YouTube channel stuff later, but like, yes. And it's not that I'm designing my content to be that way per se, but like, I think that this channel just has a better foundation for it, because when you think about it, right, like, if I'm posting Freerun Reaction episode 11, first of all, if you don't watch Freerun, you're done, right? If you haven't watched up to episode 11, you're done. If you didn't like episode 11, you're done. And by you, I mean me, like, I'm done, I'm cooked, right? So I in terms of this channel, I want this to be the place where people can like get into a video and then hopefully binge watch like 18 more videos that are very similar but are still all entry level. That's the problem with reactions, right? Like, reactions are easier to make, but like, you know, you have to have a more hardcore audience watching your reactions, because if you're on episode 20 of an anime, people that like that anime may jump in, but if you don't like that, if people don't like that anime already, you're limiting your audience, right? So I said this about Calxiyn at some point, that I have a lot of subscribers, but they're all subscribed for a lot of different things, whereas I feel like you guys are subscribed for like the main objective here, which isn't just musical theater, but also just me talking about like, you know, the things in the Barbie movie I liked. I will say though, I do have to start making some content that is not necessarily musical related soon, in terms of like song analysis, because I don't want people to think that I'm only a song analysis channel, and so I kind of lost the plot, for a minute. I do have a favorite musical, and I do have a favorite obscure musical, but we will talk about that later. Don't worry. But yes, now to just speed run through this part. You guys we were talking about lessons, right? We were talking about, lessons. So here's another fun Calxiyn fact before we get into the more simple questions. But I remember being 8 years old and going to my first vocal lesson and having like a full-on like meltdown in the car because I was so terrified, because I realized like I was around the age where I knew what embarrassment was, and that like other people could be embarrassed about my behavior, you know what I mean? And so like I was just too self-aware, but I had a lot of anxiety about it. But my vocal teacher is fantastic. That's why I still see her till this day, you know? So yeah, she's still my vocal teacher now, even though I don't see her every single week. She created a nice, safe space. So when Deepai asked, like, who inspires me, right? I would definitely say that my vocal teacher did, other than the Cinderella performer. So I wanted to shout out that, like, the importance that, you know, a good teacher that can give you the confidence and, like, inspire you, you know, like, the difference that that can make, and, like, a safe space, and then also a challenging space, you know, like, basically to facilitate, like, a level of confidence. Because this is something else, I guess we're still on ADHD related things. I have talked about this in YouTube shorts before, but a problem that I always had in school was teachers being like, Cal, do you think you look angry? And in my mind, I'm like, yeah, obviously. But now, like, what I've started to figure out is that they don't want me to look angry as a means to me. They want me to portray anger, like, in a way that reads well to the audience and they understand. And my vocal teacher would never ask me dumb things like that. Like, she would give me body language that would just read better, right? But that is something that happened a lot in school. Yeah, so I've done vocal lessons since I was 8 years old, and now I'm basically here because I think we've talked about everything. We talked about why I wanted to perform. We talked about when I started lessons. Yeah, I was 8. Now I'm 24. I will be 25 in December. Singing is easier for me than dance. So I guess, does anybody else have questions related to that before we move on? Because I think that we're getting into the songwriting portion because you guys had songwriting questions. And then at the end of the stream, it's a bit more of a miscellaneous question situation. Oh, I think somebody asked me what shows I've been in. I have been in Nonsense, Shrek, Little Shop of Horrors. And another one that I don't remember. And then You're in Town. Yes. So at school, our big end of the year show was You're in Town. The most difficult song I've ever had to sing? That's a good question. I think, hold on. Let me think about this. The most difficult song. I guess difficulty has to do with a couple different things, right? Like there's emotional difficulty, there is vocal difficulty, and then there's also like in terms of being a female presenting singer, I guess. I don't know how else to like explain that. You have your belt and then you have your soprano, like you have your head voice, right? With men it's different. With men they have falsetto and that's like a different thing. So in terms of difficulty, oh boy, I'm trying to think. There's a song from Jane Eyre that has like an aria from an opera in it. I would have to look. You guys are making me pull out my phone. But yeah, this is a very niche, I guess for obscure shows, just because it's related now, Chubby. I really like the Jane Eyre musical, but I only like 2 songs in it, so I don't know if I can say that I like the whole show, but Jane Eyre is a very, like, underrated show. But yeah, let me, yeah, okay. I think I have it. Let me see if I remember. So this is like, I don't know the plot of Jane Eyre anymore. This is like the lady that's trying to marry the rich guy, okay? And she's like, Mozart and Schumann and Bach wrote the finest notes. Every cadenza delights. Every cadence floats. Oh! And like it goes really high. But I couldn't do the whole thing now, because I don't remember, and also I'm sitting down. But, like, it's that aria, like, it's a famous aria from an opera, and it's like, oh, or whatever. Like, it's a very, it's one of those, like, famous opera arias. And so the aria is, like, in the middle of the song. Like, you just start singing the aria. So that's really, difficult. In terms of, like, other difficult songs, and I turned the music off because I knew that I was gonna start singing. In terms of other difficult songs, I think it's mostly stuff for me personally that has a belt element, because I'm a very much a soprano, like, singer, as opposed to, like, the belting. So I think that that's another thing. So like belting is like Dead Girl Walking from Heathers is like belting, you know? So that's another one. But yeah, I don't know. I think the difficulty is mostly like emotional difficulty most of the time. Like I pick songs that I like to sing and that also I know that like are vocally good for me, because the reality is too, I will never have to play Veronica. Or rather, I will never be cast as Veronica, right? I do not have that sort of sharp facial feature and then like bad girl aura or anything. Like, so as much as like there are definitely songs that are difficult to sing like that, I also know that I will never have to perform them, and so I'm like, it's not my problem. Or like, oh, have you guys seen, if you guys are on musical theater TikTok, I think this is from the Notebook musical, but it's like that, like, oh god, I have to run away, or whatever it is, and like she goes like really high with the belt. So I don't know what it's called though. I only hear it on TikTok because people want to or sing along to it and want to show off their belt or whatever. So I think that songs like that are really difficult, but I'm also like, but that'll never be me, right? I'm never gonna get cast as that, because the stereotype, I guess, for people that look like me and have a very round face is like you're playing a child or you are playing like Cosette, right? And you're doing that. You're not Eponine. You're not going to be belting. It's just not going to happen. So I don't worry about that so much. I do like to sing those songs though, but because it's not something where I'm like, oh my god, I have to go on stage, right? The difficulty, to me, I don't care like how I sound, because it's just for fun. Like if I am singing for Veronica, it's just for fun. We're having a little tee-hee. I will turn the music back on now. Okay, So now, I think that but yeah, I love Jane Eyre. If you guys ever need a song, if you guys ever need a song and you're a soprano, check out Jane Eyre. I guess now that we're transitioning into songwriting, current question, songwriting related question. All right, great, fantastic, no notes. So you guys, one of you asked for Ruby. How do I feel about Tyrion, Watson, Hazel not having their own song, I'm assuming? I think that Casey, if she wanted to, could like release an album just giving songs to like obscure characters. You know what I mean? And we would all like be here for it. I don't know if that's like financially wise, but like I think that we would all be here. So I hope that, I know the Ruby music situation has been very strange lately. However, I do hope that, I hope that if Casey at least, because it doesn't seem like Jeff is going to. I'm sorry for all the people who have no idea what Ruby is. It does not seem like Jeff is going to continue working with Viz Media, and like he wasn't going to anyway because he no longer composes for the show. It seems like Casey may still want a relationship with them, and so something that I hope that they do is like let Casey just do more things that are disconnected from the main show. So like making a song for like, I don't know, like Team Coffee in the books or something like that. So, songwriting questions. I need to clarify something because one of you guys accidentally, I think, did a misinformation. Let me see it. Who? Uh-oh. I'm like, one of you guys did a misinformation. Suspense. I'm trying to like zoom in and see the name of the person that left this comment. Oh, it's Mochi again. Mochi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do you like this. So, Mochi asked how I started being a composer. I need to clarify, guys. I'm not a composer. I cannot compose. I consider myself a songwriter in the sense that I can write lyrics, I could also write a melody, or I can ask a composer to change an element, like directing someone. I can't compose. Like, I'm trying to learn. You know, I pulled up my FL Studio, like, I'm trying. But no, I cannot compose right this second, if that's what you're asking. I have tried, like, I have been practicing, again, in my FL Studio stuff, but if I release a song, I will not be the composer, like, recently. If it's within, like, the next 3 years, I promise you, I didn't compose it. Somebody else probably did. But yes, also thank you. I try my best to coordinate my clothes. I don't know if you guys really noticed, but everything in my closet is Neapolitan, so I appreciate it, but... Oh, wait a second. I think Generic had... Oh, right. The reason why I, read Generic's question is because they asked, how would you write songs for them? I think that, like, in terms of something like Ruby, it's most interesting if you're doing some sort of character exploration as opposed to, like, plot, because we already know stuff about, like, you know... We already know stuff about, like, Watts, right? Like, in terms of his plot line. If anything, I would want to hear more about, like, Watts' backstory and the fact that, like, maybe he low-key blew up Ironwood and nobody talks about it, right? So, like, those are the type of songs that I would write for them, like, more a character investigation. Sir Pentis, didn't Pentis have... No, I guess Pentis was sung too. I think he'll get a song maybe now in season 2. But yeah, I don't know. I would have to think about it. I would love to talk about that, like what I think the backstories for the has-been characters are. The problem is that, like, some people already know. Like, apparently, like, Angel's backstory was, like, in a comic or something. That's a kind of, I don't want to say problem with Has-Been Hotel, but, like, it's a little, like, annoying for someone like me to be like, oh, but this backstory was revealed in an Instagram post. Has someone already asked what your dream role to sing or perform would be? No, but we will get to that at the end. I'm sorry, I hate that I'm like soft blocking you guys, but somebody had asked in the sheet, and so I promise we will talk about it. But, okay, in terms of the songwriting thing, guys, in terms of how I got, like, interested in songwriting. A couple reasons. So at school we had songwriting classes. And so even though like I did go down the more traditional route of like you learn to be an actor and a singer or a dancer, we did have that stuff. And so during my time, we didn't just have music theory. We also had a class where we had to create our own material. And so to answer Jeanette's question about how to learn lyric writing rules, school, basically. I mean, not even necessarily like school as in you have to pay a lot of money, but like there are rules and you can find them usually on the internet or like in books and stuff. And like class didn't teach me absolutely everything, but it did give me a good foundation to be able to continue studying on my own, because that's something that like I really value even now. Like I like to read books and like listen to lectures and stuff like that. Even outside of just the classes where we had to make our own material, like even our general acting and vocal classes really helped with learning how to write songs. Not because it taught you how to write the songs, but because, you know, oh, what's the character's super objective? Why did they start singing? Like learning about like tactics and objectives and like seeing how directors direct people. Like I really liked the entire semester where we were working on our own material, but like just our education as a whole taught me a lot about storytelling, like because you get the actor perspective, but then you get to see the directorial perspective. Like I love to just watch my teachers work. Even though I love to perform, I love to like sit back and watch them direct somebody else. And so in terms of like how to learn the lyric writing rules, I really like, there's a songwriting book by someone who teaches at Berkeley. And I'm pretty sure it's, oh no, it's like, oh God, his name is Pattison. And I can't remember, it's like Essential Songwriting such and such, right? I hope that you guys do learn some things from my videos though, because, you know, the stuff that I talk about in my videos is kind of supposed to be like a class in disguise, right? Like it's classes in a trench coat. In terms of, I guess I'll just answer this quickly too. In terms of Has-Been having twice the amount of songs, I hope that they also have twice the amount of time, because if they don't, concerning, very concerning. Do you still make reaction videos? Yes. I don't have anything to react to at the moment. When Arcane comes out, we will react to Arcane. Oh, you saw, wait. You saw, I don't know, do you mean Joker gun? Please come back to me if that is a typo. But, I think it's more getting into the character. Yeah, like, that's another thing, right? So as an actor, you're taught how to get into character, and that's what you have to do as a songwriter as well. So I think that, like, that's kind of what helped, you know? Like, as much as you do need to learn, like, as much as it's important to learn like lyric stuff, right? In terms of how to write lyrics and how to give a song structure and like stuff like that. Like, I think that it's also helpful to just be a creative person in the sense of like, you need to get into character to write a novel. You need to get into character to perform. Like, I think that all creative pursuits eventually lead back to writing, and songwriting has rules, but at the end of the day, songwriting is not that different to me than writing like poetry or writing like fan fiction or writing like an actual novel, right? It's all writing. It's just like, what brand of writing are you doing here, you know? So I guess that's the first, again, another nugget of wisdom of like what I would suggest people do. Lyric writing is like regular writing in a different format. So if you learn how to write like a novel, well, I'm not saying that every novelist, you know, I'm not saying that George R.R. Martin is like, ah, yes, you know what I mean, let's go. Like, I'm not saying that he can automatically write song lyrics, but I think that like being a creative person in general helps with writing song lyrics, because how can you write song lyrics and not like be able to write like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. I guess you could. I guess you could write song lyrics but not know how to write like a story, right? But to me, that's all like one and the same thing. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Obviously with pop music it's different, but I'm saying in like if you're a musical theater writer or you're writing with like character, right? If you're doing character work, it's like I feel like that writing at all in any capacity, whether it's poetry, whether it's a play, whether it's, and you know, and that doesn't mean you'll be able to write a good song, but writing is like the foundation of songwriting, and I think people forget that. So, you know, if you write a novel where you understand how to craft a character arc, you can apply like hero's journey circle and understand that like the song needs to be its own hero's journey circle. You know what I'm saying? I should probably leave more resources and like books and stuff in my description sometimes. But let me think about like what I have watched. I read that book. I read a really old book by Oscar Hammerstein, who wrote Rodgers and Hammerstein about like his tips and tricks for lyrics. I read Sondheim's book. I've watched a lot of interviews with Sondheim. There's a really good masterclass type, not masterclass like the website, but like as in a literal like masterclass like in person, that was with Jason Robert Brown, who wrote The Last 5 Years. And he did like a lecture where like students like showed him their songs like in real time. And he was like, fix this, do that. Like it was very interesting. So I guess in terms of resources, there are books on the internet, right, that I can't tell you how to find them, but I'm sure you can find them. But, you know, you don't even need to read a book. If you look on YouTube, there are lots of videos with, like, they only have, like, 1,000 views, but it's, like, 8 hours of Sondheim talking. I love that stuff, right? That's what you need. I watched this interview with Glenn Slater that had, like, 500 views. And I'm like, how does this book only have how does this video only have 500 views when they got Glenn Slater in here talking about his lyric writing process? And I thought it was so interesting. But I guess in terms of my YouTube channel, to me, my job is to kind of like look at those things and then bring it back to you guys and like explain it in a more digestible way, if that makes sense. Like I kind of consider myself like some sort of weird like music archaeologist where I'm like digging, I'm like in the mines, you know what I mean? I'm like digging in the mines, I'm trying to find the one interesting piece of information that's happening in a 5-hour lecture that's, you know, not even in English and has subtitles or something, like, you know, something like that. So yes. Oh, you guys were talking about the Joker. That's what I thought. I don't believe just starting to sing aloud or going into the disassociation dimension alone for it counts. I mean, I guess it could count. Joker just seems so bad. Are you gonna watch it? It's just as bad as you think. I would love to watch it, but I don't want to pay for it, so I think that it's going to happen eventually if it's on streaming or something, or like when it reaches the internet some other way. I don't know, you know how things mysteriously reach the internet sometimes. So yeah, like I definitely I want to see how bad it is. Apparently, I feel vindicated though. I have to say, like, I feel pretty vindicated that it is literally as bad as I predicted, because I'm 2 for 2 right now, okay? I made a video saying that Wish was gonna be bad because we heard a snippet of This Is the Thanks I Get, right? So that's the one. The other one is that I was like, no one working on Joker 2 knows what a musical is, and now I'm 2 for 2. I don't think Moana is gonna be bad. I think Moana is going to be like aggressively mid, if that makes sense. I don't think that it's gonna be as bad as Wish, but I kind of have a doomer feeling in my heart that it's gonna be kind of like weird. It's gonna be like forgettable or something. I'm a little scared with Moana. So yeah, Mochi asked me about being a composer, so I really wanted to stress that I do not compose. Centaur World Gun, someone did ask. I may consider reacting to it on the Calxiyn channel and just kind of like filtering people there, and then also like eventually singing Eventually singing, oh my god. Eventually covering the songs on this channel. Sorry, I was trying to do multiple things and my brain like literally broke. What I want to do is open up the questions on my phone so I can zoom in and see you guys' usernames because I'm blind and I'm going crazy. Yes, okay, so I talked about composer stuff. I'm not a composer, that's okay. Oh, okay. We're still on songwriting, though. We're still on songwriting, according to this. So... Omgul? Okay. Omgul. And then, I think... Smiling Stingray. And then Jessie. And then also... Deep High again. And then Mochi still related. Oh my goodness. All asked varying degrees of questions about like why I got into songwriting. Some people asked me about specifically my VTuber project, so I think that that's like a good spot to now transition into those questions. So thank you guys all for the questions, by the way. What microphone? So this is a Shure SM7B. I don't know if you guys have ever looked in my description. I don't even know if I have this on this channel in my description, honestly. But like, okay, so on the Calxiyn channel, in the description, there's an Amazon link, and I have everything that I've ever used, like, on, like, an Amazon storefront. Unfortunately, it's, like, Canadian Amazon, and I wish I had been smarter and, like, I don't know, made a US Amazon somehow, but I don't think that they let Canadians do that, so anyway. So that's sad, because now when you guys, buy stuff, I get no money because it's on Canadian Amazon, and most of you guys are American, but... It is a Shure SM7B, and I have everything else I also use on there. Down to, like, the brand of, like, blotting paper that I use. How does the songwriting work for a jukebox musical? Well, you don't really write a song for a jukebox musical most of the time, right? You have to, you're picking up songs, right? From something else. I don't think that it's necessarily random. I think that, like, it sort of depends on what it is. If it's something like, you know, like the Beatles, right? It's like you use the Beatles music in order to tell the Beatles, like, biography, like their life story, right? The only show I can think of that has, like, a lot of different songs from different things is Moulin Rouge. And I honestly, I think that it's, like, people imagine what songs would go there and probably have backup plans. Because I'll have to be honest with you guys, I'm not too familiar with, like, the licensing and stuff in that regard. So I'm assuming that what happens is, like, you either already get the rights to, like, an artist's whole discography, like, kind of like Mamma Mia, right, and ABBA, or, like, you have dreams and hopes and you kind of, like, write the musical first in terms of, like, the storyline if it has one, and then, like, depending on what you're told that you have the rights to, that's what you end up using. I'm sure you have, like, backup plans, but yeah, I could not tell you a lot about jukebox musicals. In terms of Ruby questions, guys, let's try to keep Ruby on the Ruby channel. Just because there are people that do not know anything about Ruby. I appreciate you asking, though, but that's, like, something that you guys can ask me on Twitter, and I'll think about it. Okay. So. Okay, yes. So all of those people that I listed before asked me, like, why I got into songwriting, and then also wanted to know more about, like, my process and other things. And so this is, like, the other things sort of category, if that makes sense. Other songwriting things. I kind of see it as like a necessity. I don't want to say spite because that's a bad reason to do something, but I explained this in another YouTube short I had made that like all my life I have wanted to play the men, and I think it's not even like because they're men, but because women do not get to have any fun. Women do not get to be like the con man, like criminal, you know, like Dimitri. Like they don't get to go murder people like Clyde Barrow, you know what I mean? And like what was really funny on TikTok, right, and like on YouTube, and I don't like mean any ill will to the people that said this, by the way, like I'm not making fun of you, but people were like, what about how far I'll go? And I was like, guys, please, right? Someone was like, what about just around the river bend? And I was like, guys, please. The only one that I think was valid is what people were, oh, someone else said, God help the outcasts. Guys, but even those songs, I need to point something out, okay? So, to go back, I may make this into a short right now. So I made a short talking about how there are no good songs for women in terms of having a dynamic, like, we're the hero or we're the con man or something like that. And so people had suggested, like, what about Just Around the River Bend? What about God Help the oh my god, what about God Help the Outcast, which I think was kind of a weird choice. But then also, like, what about Part of Your World? Doesn't Part of Your World feel like an adventure? But I'll remind you guys, right, that we have to consider that how Part of Your World ends is not, like, triumphant, and that's intentional because we have the reprise later. But when people commented that, I don't know, I kind of thought it was funny because I was like, imagine, like, so we're like, out of the sea, wish I could be part of that world. And we're all very sad, right? And think about that versus, I will spend one day out there, right? I hope I woke some of you guys up by doing that, by the way. I know Ariel gets the reprise later, but I'm very surprised that some people would suggest that because you don't even get, even with Just Around the River Bend, we do not get Triumph. We got, do you still wait for me, dream giver, just around the river bend? And we're all very sad. Like, it's all very sad yearning. And I like that yearning. Like, obviously that yearning suits the story, but that yearning does not suit me. When I made that short, what I was talking about was the triumphant. You know what I mean? Not the sad, like, soprano who is wistfully looking off into the distance, right? And I will say, that's what I really like about Epic, too, because the chat is now talking about Epic the musical. That's something that I really appreciate about Epic, is that, like, Athena is allowed to be a badass, right? And I know that Epic is not, like, everyone's cup of tea or whatever, but, like, to me, that means a lot. So, in terms of, like, why I started, it was kind of out of necessity, you know, like wanting to write songs that I wanted to see happen, and like, who else is gonna do it? Like, I guess I could pay to have a lyricist write them, like I could pay to have my own lyrics polished by a lyricist or something, but at best, like, I wanted to be the one to write, like, the lyrics. And maybe that is something that I will do. It's kind of like, you know, your doctor has to go see a doctor, like, sort of thing, right? But that's the reason why I wanted to start lyric writing, because I was like, there is no one else, like, there is no one else that is gonna do this, it's just me. So, you know, I said this, like, necessity is a type of desperation, and that turns into passion, right? Like, you have the passion to make the stories happen. And so, yeah, I don't know how to explain this, but, like, some people have asked me before, like, not you guys, but, like, privately, we've had conversations like, Cal, like, if you're not passionate about, like, the process of lyric writing, like, why do you say that you're a songwriter, right? And, like, I think I accidentally gave someone the wrong impression a couple times, because it's not that I'm not passionate about the lyric writing. It's that, like, I don't necessarily experience my process in, like, the Misty Tinkle woohoo sort of way, if that makes sense. Like, I feel fulfilled when people see something. So like the actual process of writing the lyrics does not fulfill me necessarily. It's more so imagining how people will react to them. And so I feel like that's kind of the difference. Like as a performer, I need my work to be seen, and to me, I'm not fulfilled until it's performed. So I understand where that person was coming from, because it can be kind of confusing, you know, especially like when you're talking to someone who has like, you know, some sort of neurodivergency like I do, and like it's, well, how do you feel about this process? Because if I say, oh, like I'm indifferent, you shouldn't be indifferent about the creation process, right? Like, but indifferent isn't the right word. In the moment, I feel very much the same as like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Let me try to think about it. I'm not very good at it, but I really like the idea of knitting, okay? The concept of knitting. I can't knit, but I like the concept of knitting, okay? So I kind of see, to me, songwriting is kind of like that, where you're doing this task, like you're doing the physical task and the physical action, but you don't get like that sense of satisfaction until you're actually finished the sweater, right? Like some people, when they write, they find it to be very like cathartic, if that makes sense, and they feel very, you know, like they feel like they're getting their emotions out, and like it's a very, like the experience of lyric writing in of itself is like this emotional. I don't necessarily feel that. I'm not necessarily that type of person. Like some people are satisfied by the act of creation and never show their work to anyone, right? And like that's valid, right? That's one way, to enjoy, like you shouldn't have to show other people to feel validated or something. But to me, it's like this doesn't become real until other people see it, right? I don't feel satisfied until I know that I am performing it as that character. So yeah, it's a bit of a complicated sort of situation, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea and like, oh, Cal says that she's a songwriter and like she doesn't even like to write songs or something. But yeah, it's not that I don't like to write them, or I do like to write them. It's almost like writing them is the physical action, right? Like that's what I'm doing, right? And I guess, I don't know, I guess people do enjoy doing things, but I'm much more like, in my head, you know, like I'm not a very physical person, I guess I'll just say that. I don't really, other than dance, I guess, like I don't like sports, you know what I mean? Some people like to play sports, I guess, but I was never that type of person. If I liked to play sports, it was to win at the sport, right? Not for the love of the sport. So like just songwriting and like losing, I guess in a metaphorical sort of way, like I want to write the songs for everybody, right? And so I don't feel happy until it gets seen. And so this probably is a good time to transition into my writing process. Lumin had questions. Jesse had questions. Oh my god. Omgul asked questions. Multiple people asked questions. I think I mentioned those names earlier. I think just on the bit, like the first thing is that it's really hard to be a neurodivergent person in a creative medium, because sometimes your brain just works differently, and you get a lot of like, you have to feel the lyrics inside of your heart, and like, again, that's not wrong, but it is wrong for me, kind of, like, in a sense of like, what I feel inside of my heart sometimes does not carry over well, like, to people. It's the same as that acting thing I talked about earlier, where teachers would be like, are you really sad? Right? Like, I've had people look at my lyrics and be like, do you actually care? Like, do you actually care? Do you feel anything, like, when you wrote that? Like, it doesn't really seem like that you, like, that this is, like, your honest, like, voice or whatever, and I'm sitting here and I'm, like, sad about it, right? But, you know, I've learned that usually what people mean is that there is something about it that feels, like untrue to how people would usually speak. It's like, again, that expression thing. It's like not that like you genuinely didn't feel that thing, it may read to the audience stilted or like mechanical in some way, right? And so unfortunately, like, yeah, parts of my heart are slightly mechanical, right? No, I think that rewriting lyrics for OCs, like, that's a foundation of that's like a pillar of learning how to write lyrics. So that's a very good segue, actually, into talking about my process. So Lumin asked, what's the most difficult part of writing songs? What's your favorite part of writing a song? And then Jesse and Omega asked for my process on collaborating with things. Multiple people asked about the Vtuber project. They also asked about writer's block. So you guys are gonna hate me. The problem is that it depends. The process depends. So let's talk about the Vtuber project first, because this will make the most amount of sense. So I feel like that I probably should have clarified this a long time ago, but the Vtuber project is not like going to be a regular musical that has like a book, right? When we say book in musical theater, like usually it's like if you're writing the book, you're writing the script, you know? So like this is not like a musical that is going to be like performed, I mean, maybe, but it's not going to be a musical with 20 songs, okay? Is basically what I'm saying. The Vtuber project is going to have songs, but it will be a VTuber, like they will be VTubers. So, okay, I have notes now. Let me get back on track. So, the VTuber project follows two characters, Princess Soliana and Queen Undine. And so, I think that I may be able to link the Twitter account in the chat for my good friend Soliana and Undine. So that is how, like, you know, we're very good friends, right? Like that's kind of how you say these things, right? So let me grab a link for you guys, and so I can put it in the chat. So yeah, Soliana and Undine are gonna be my very good friends in the near future. They are not currently my friends at this moment, though. But one day we will all be very good friends. Also, hello, Evan. So there you guys go. There's the Twitter, and like the Twitter also has a YouTube channel for it and all of that stuff. So, at the time of debut, which is, as of right now, a mystery to all of us because of some behind the scenes stuff I won't get into, I would like there to be 4 songs. It is probably going to be more like 3 songs, and then one a reprise of something. So, don't worry, if you did not understand VTubing now, you will one day if you watch Soliana and Undine, right? So, like, they will debut, and they will debut with a story, and the story will contain these 3.5 songs, alright? One of them is an I Want song, another one is a villain song, the reprise, which I already talked about, and I'm hoping that the last one will be a sort of traditional, cheesy, like, idol song, right? And so these VTubers will still play games, they'll do karaoke, they'll talk to chat, right? So it's not a full musical. I don't want to get people's hopes up that it's a full musical. It's not a full musical as much as it's like at debut, hopefully all of these songs will be like included and people will be able to listen to them after that, and they will be distributed in some way. And then like as the story continues, more songs will be added. And so, for example, I'm very interested in after they debut and they get their own songs, creating like twisted fairy tale retellings. Kind of like Lydia the Bard, but like not really. Think more like Portrait of Pirate F for my 3 Vocaloid people that are in, what was that? For my 3 Vocaloid people that are in the chat. So I guess that is the best way that I can explain it, is that it's not a musical, it's a VTuber debut that will have music. It's not even an outline of a musical. It's a VTuber debut that will have musical theater-like songs that are embedded in the debut scenario for when the VTubers debut. So like what I'm imagining, and hopefully this is what will happen, is kind of like what Jorge does, like with the Epic, where it's going to be like once upon a time, Undine and Soliana, like this, and that. And then Soliana starts singing. And then it's like, but oh no, a bad thing happened, and then Undine starts singing, right? And it's like, how will the adventure with these two turn out? You'll have to keep watching. And then it's like the Idol musical number, right? So it's not necessarily even the outline of a musical. It's kind of like an episode of a TV show. And like, you hope that there are more episodes, right? Vibes. I love how you guys said vibes. But yeah, it's almost like a pilot for the first episode of like a TV show, but it won't be like that crazy, okay? So don't worry, it won't be, or don't worry, don't get your hopes up too high, because I don't know what we have the budget for at this late date. But yeah, it'll kind of be like a saga of epic, kind of. Like, that's kind of how you can think of it. Yeah, basically like epic. It's like a saga of epic. But then after that, it'll be like, okay, in October, Undine and Soliana have a Halloween song. We write a Christmas song, and it's like them two, and it's like fantasy Christmas, right? Or something. And then like maybe like one day, right? Like in 1 month, we get an Undine backstory song where we reveal her backstory, and that's like told in a musical theater way. So it's almost like the songs will like slowly drip out, and some of them will be related to Soliana and Undine, but then some of them will not be, and some of them will be about like different characters, and it'll just be like Vocaloid, where it's like Hatsune Miku is playing Cinderella in this Cinderella retelling. It'll be like Soliana is playing Cinderella, and then Undine is the prince, right? So we're getting kind of meta. There's a lot going on here. So in terms of the progress, since some people did ask, villain song is done. Lyrically, I haven't sent it off yet. The Idol song is, I think, mostly done. I said half done. I think we're missing the bridge, actually. I think that that's the only thing I haven't done yet. The I Want song for Soliana has been the most stressful undertaking of my entire existence, but it is almost done. I got some really good advice from Aster a couple weeks? Probably last week. And I kind of overhauled some of it while keeping the same vibe I wanted, and now I'm happy with it. Because, like, that's kind of the thing, guys, is, like, you can't work on something forever or else you will go insane. And so, like, my benchmark wasn't, like, you know, is Aster happy with it, as much as it was like, I'm not happy with this yet. So let me talk to Aster, and let me talk to Hunter, and let me talk to Arnold and see, like, what's going on. So now that with what I wrote, I'm much happier. I'm only missing the bridge of the song, I think. I think that that's the only thing that I haven't fully figured out yet lyrically, subject to change. And I haven't started the reprise yet because I can't really do a reprise because Soliana's song is not finished and she's the one that needs to sing the reprise. I honestly don't know if it'll be a reprise as much as like a sad trombone callback of something else. So it'll probably be like, again, more 3.5 songs. So you guys asked, what is the process? You're gonna be mad. It depends, okay? With Undine specifically, and I know this won't make a lot of sense with you now. Oh, also, by the way, when I release these songs, I will do a breakdown of the songs on this channel somehow. I don't know if I'll do it as an actual video or more like a live stream situation, kind of like this, but with more like forethought, like, you know what I mean? Like with a PowerPoint slide showing you guys the lyrics and stuff, just so that way we can criticize myself and also take a look at some of our work. So yeah, there will be... I'm trying to keep the channel separate because VTubers care a lot about kayfabe. However, I wrote the songs for Soliana and Undine, right? Okay, we're just very good friends. So I wrote the songs for them, so that's kind of the approach that we are taking. Is it animated? That's a good question. I think, well, the VTuber models are alive, right? If you've ever seen a VTuber model, they are technically animated in live 2D. So I think it's gonna be a mixture of like still images, possibly animation, and then like the VTubers are doing the animation. I ordered a lot of expressions so that they would have a variety of like acting expressions. But yeah. It's not gonna be like epic because they have a lot more money than I do in terms of like how much they have animated, but like a little animated and a little picture and a little storybook like aesthetic that looks like you're flipping through the pages of a storybook, like that's kind of what's gonna happen. Okay, the process. So and the other thing is that with the Fox and Neo song, I don't remember. I literally don't know how it happened, so sorry. But with Undine, I remember specifically, I had taken Poor Unfortunate Souls, and I had changed the words to suit her story, and that's the first thing I did. And then after that, I just kept changing it so much that it became completely unrecognizable. Like, you guys will not be able to tell that it was originally basically like a parody song with the lyrics changed. How somebody earlier said that they rewrite songs so the lyrics fit their OCs. That's basically what I did, right? And so that Ship of Theseus method is like an underrated but valid strategy as long as you make sure that your end product is radically different and not plagiarism. Right? But what that helped me to do was work within the structure of like an already existent song and figure out what I wanted and then slowly break the structure until it became its own thing. Basically. And then I gave it a new melody. Oh my god. A new melody. So you will not be able to tell that it was ever, like, at some point, Poor Unfortunate Souls, because it eventually deviated from the Poor Unfortunate Souls structure, which is like the seduction, or sorry, the invitation, the seduction, and then the spell casting, right? In terms of like the direction with Undine, I guess I'll start with that first. She is like kind of like Ursula and kind of like the Mad Hatter from Wonderland, like the musical Wonderland, but she's still like bad. So her song is not gonna be like super jazzy or anything. It's gonna be like sort of a menacing, I think, waltz-like quality. Like, she is definitely, spoilers I guess, she is evil. She is not nice. She is a bad person, right? So like, when I wrote her lyrics, I made sure I wanted them like a little bit fun. Like, there is an element of like, there will probably be a brass section in the chorus, right? And like her like, you know, giant cabaret arms and whatever, and like you could probably imagine a dance number happening, but like she's like first and foremost, she's also eval. So yeah, then I took my lyrics to my professor, because this was during school, and that's when my professor was like, okay, we need to have a lesson about stresses and meter and stuff like that. And that helped with corrections, because at that point we hadn't gotten that far in terms of class. When can we subscribe to this channel? In the Twitter link I posted earlier, there's a YouTube channel. I'm sorry to make you guys go into circles, but you can subscribe to it right now. So that was the process for writing the Undine song, was basically like, let's collect. I think I have a bunch of stuff, actually, that I said, like, I want this to sound like this. Let me see if I can find it, but I think it was Poor Unfortunate Souls, is it Waltz of the Damned? Hold on. Is it Waltz of the Damned? No, that's Kingdom Hearts. That doesn't sound right. It's something Waltz of the, and it's like a Vocaloid song. Or maybe it's not. It's like da 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 da. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I think somebody in Niji Sanji covered it. That's where I first heard it. Waltz of Malice. That's what it is. Da 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 da. So Poor Unfortunate Souls, Waltz of Malice got in there. I'm pretty sure probably some other villain songs also made it in there. But those were the two main, like, we're putting these two things together. In terms of the melody, because I knew I wanted, like, the waltz melody, I think that what I had done is that I just went to the piano and I just started playing. Oh, question for people that don't, Twitter. Okay, hold on. I will just grab the Vtuber channel. Don't worry, guys. I got you. I got you. See, I would just tell you, like, what it is, but the problem is it has no videos on it, and so, I think I just need to link it directly to you. But I will put it in the chat. So yeah, so that's how I decided, like, vibes. Is that, first of all, I guess here's what I recommend somebody else's process to be, okay? First of all, figure out what you're doing. What is the story arc of this song? What are we trying to accomplish at the end? So I guess without getting too much into it, because I do want to have some mystery and some suspense, right? With Undine, the idea was, oh, Soliana has a problem, okay? I'm gonna be so, like, cheekily vague about what's going on here. Soliana has a problem. I got you. I've been in this situation before. Here's what I would do. That's like building block 1 is that Undine introduces herself in terms of like, here's how I would handle this. Then in the pre-course, she's like, what you need is me, right? So we start with like introducing who Undine is, and then it's, you need me actually, right? Like what you need is a knight, right? You know, yeah, because Undine has a knight design, right? See, she's not only a knight, but she's supposed to represent the moon, haha. So yeah, and so then Undine at the end of that like chunk is like, if you want things to go well for you, you need to listen to my advice. Then the course is like all of Undine's advice, right, in terms of how she would handle the situation. But after you go through your course, you need to consider, why hasn't your character been successful yet, right? Like, because if Soliana is won over, the song should be over. So what you plot out your verse, and you plot out your pre-course, and you plot out your course. What you need to then figure out is, like, why is Soliana not convinced, right? So up until now, Undine has explained how she used to handle things when she was queen of her own kingdom, right? And so now Undine has realized, oh, wait a second, Soliana does not fuck with that. Like, Soliana does not want to behead people. You know what I mean? Like, oh, and so then Undine's tactic changes because we've explained who she is. But now it's like, I know that this sounds like an extreme measure to you, but this is why you need to do it. Like, you can't be so weak. You have to be a ruler. You have to be strong, right? So then Undine's next kind of pivot, when we get back into another pre-course, because we're done with verses at this point, there are 2 verses at the beginning, she then goes, okay, but you need to be this way, and this is why, okay? So then when we have the course again, Undine is saying, you're fucked, right? Before, Undine is just introducing herself. When the course comes back, it's like, you're fucked because you're not like me. Right? Then we have a bridge, and then we have the end of the song, which is, again, that very Ursula invitation, seduction, and then the spell, right? So, at this point, the bridge is when Soliana's finally convinced after all of this, like, Undine finally said that one thing that, like, you know, convinces her, and then they sing together, and then we're done. So that's, like, you have to understand where you want to go, at least. It doesn't even need to be perfect, but you have to have, like, an idea, in my opinion, anyway. And because I knew that that's what I wanted, everything was really, really easy. In terms of the managing the 3 channels, I don't think so, and here's why. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I hate a lot of things. I hate editing. I'll turn the music back on because we're not singing it right now. I hate editing. I don't say that, I don't hate being on camera. I really like to be on camera, especially when I'm talking, like, more directly to you guys. I do like to be on camera and stuff like that. But what I will say is that the process of getting ready every day takes me a long time compared to, say, a man, okay? Arnold can roll out of bed, he's recording. Can I do that? I mean, I guess I could, but, like, I can't really, like, you know what I mean? Because people will be like, oh, you look sick, or like, there's a zit on your face or something. Like, it's just different for female content creators, right? So as much as I do think that it'll be difficult to manage all 3, at the same time, I'm like, but it kind of won't, though. Because if I want to stream with Soliana, and I feel like doing, like, karaoke, and it's the middle of the night, like, I can just, or, sorry, if my good friend Soliana would like to stream karaoke, I should say, I've already broken the kayfabe, and we haven't even started streaming yet. Oh, God. Okay, but you guys know what I mean? Like, if I'm like, I want to play Barbie Princess and the Pauper CD-ROM right now, and it's like 8 o'clock at night, right? Or, you know, with my good friend Soliana, we want to play together, I guess. I can just do that, because I don't need to, like, do my makeup. I don't need to get dressed. I don't need to put my earrings in, right? Like, I don't need to do my hair. It takes me, like, hours, guys. Like, it takes me hours to get ready to record. So much so that like I spread it out on different days. I do my hair on Monday, and then usually Monday I'm script writing, so my hair's like this, like in a bonnet or like in a towel, and it's drying and it's on my shoulders to be at like maximum curl capacity, and I script every Monday, and then I record on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday and Thursday I edit, right? So, you know, I imagine in my ideal life, like how much freedom I'll be able to have to be like, I don't need to look presentable. I can just play a game right now. So I actually think that you guys will get to see more content from me because there will not be a burden to be presentable. There will be a burden to be slightly more entertaining because Soliana and Undine have multiple, storylines going on. Like, like, the videos are not just gonna be, like, you know, me playing a game. There is going to be like some sort of storyline on a stream per stream basis, even if it's something like Soliana is playing Hades, right? And she's dying, and Undine is like, you know, pick up the fucking pace or something, right? You know what I mean? In the background, like Gordon Ramsay. So yes, the burden to be entertaining will still exist, but I think that it'll be slightly easier. And yes, I am playing all the characters in the Vtuber channel. That's kind of why I'm so excited. I don't think that there's any other Vtuber that does that. And I'm really fascinated about the technology of playing both at the exact same time. And I do have some ideas on how to do it, but yes, there will be times where Undine is talking and Soliana is talking at the same time, and they will be saying different things. And I'm very excited about it, because I think it'll be really funny. Like, it'll be really funny to hear Undine being like, what are you, a fucking donkey? And then, like, you know, Soliana's screaming about, like, this Dark Souls boss or something. But yeah, I have ideas for how to make the magic happen. So yeah, process with writing the Undine song was a Ship of Theseus type process. Am I good at changing my voice? We'll find out. I think it'll be easier when speaking compared to singing. At the same time, the range is actually very low for the Undine song. So I think it'll be okay. Like, I will actually, yeah, just identity crisis. Oh man. But yeah, I will sing a little bit because you guys have been so good and have put up with my like endless like rambling and like incoherent rambling. But yeah, there's no backing track or anything. It's just me a cappella. Let me think about this. Are you gonna take, you don't know. I mean, I hope so. I kind of don't want people to know that it's, like, that they're both me. Like, ideally, if a new viewer comes onto the channel, I don't want them to know. I want them to think it's two different people, right? So the Undine song starts, oh god. Protest, princess, but I ask you this, what will your subjects think of their queen who'd stand to spare a man who puts them on the brink of war? And obviously I've been talking a long time, so we're not exactly note perfect, but it's definitely, I hope it'll sound very different. Of war, and like that sort of vibe. Whereas like the Soliana song is, I think I can do it. We'll try. I'm placing the note in my head. Starlight, star bright, I send into the night the wishes I've made, wishing you might. I spend, oh, that is not the right lyric anymore, never mind. I will be a hero who's second to none, if you will grant my wish for my day in the sun. So that is how the Soliana song starts. Little tease. Little tee-hee. But yeah. So I hope that that'll be at least premise different enough that people at least at first won't notice, because all of the Soliana songs are very in soprano land. But don't worry, idiots react. Like, that's part of the fun for me. is going to be playing both, and there will also be like a canon reason why they kind of sound similar. So like you guys will get it. You won't get it today, but someday you'll get it. And this is a good question. Reactive music. So for how it should sound, it's kind of complicated. You have a couple different like reactive types that people usually do, right? Off the top of my head, you have the classic echo, right? So right now I'm working on Snuff Out the Light, right? Like it goes to take your revenge on the sun. You know what I mean? And there's like piano bangs. So you have that. In like Poor Unfortunate Souls, you also have like instrumental slides that echo the last thing that is being sung. So like that's an in-between echo. Whereas sometimes in terms of musical reactions, you will get like an after echo. So like I think in Snuff Out the Light, that's what I'm working on right now. It goes this is me thinking, if you guys are wondering what's going on. Every little ray of sunshine, reminds me of my youth, who to blame, right? So you can either have like a reaction in terms of like, just bang it, like in terms of banging, like that didn't echo the take the revenge, chords, right? That was just to take, bang, revenge, bang. But like that one that I just said, it is the melodic, interval progression of like, whatever I just said, every little ray of sunshine robs me of my youth, like the trumpets do the exact same thing that just happened. So like that's a good reactive part that like some songs do. Sometimes it's just as simple as like contrast it, like counterpoint, I guess. I don't know how I would explain that, but like for example, in Epic, right, Athena has like, have you forgotten the lessons I've taught you? And underneath is just like the Athena leitmotif, if that makes sense. And so like that doesn't actually like go with what she's saying. Like that's not the melody, that's not her vocal line, that's like something that's running counterpoint. I think it's called counterpoint, right? When it's not like exactly in sync, it's like kind of the counter melody. So I hope that made any sense to you, but I guess I would suggest like listening to some Disney songs and trying to pick out like where they put the reactions. Poor Unfortunate Souls is a good one. I would say, let me think, for Stayed Gone, though, there's so much jazz. Maybe Friends on the Other Side would work, for an example. Or, like, I love Mad Hatter from Wonderland. I'm the only person in the world, apparently, that likes Frank Wildhorn. I will defend Frank Wildhorn. Yeah, kind of like the instruments are singing, too. Like, they're singing with the vocalist, or, like, right after the vocalist. And so, yeah, those are kind of, like, common reactions that we see sometimes. You also have, like, when the character gets an idea, there's a ding, but, like, usually that's the beginning of the song. So, you know, Evan's talking about instruments for Alistair's part. So, I'm trying to think of, like, let's begin. I don't know you'd stayed gone, right? Like, maybe I would do let's begin. Creepy, I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone, and have the instruments do the you'd stayed gone. I think it's called tutti in terms of like sheet music dynamics. Tutti is when like all of the instruments are playing together. In like if you're making orchestral score sheet music. So like, yeah, and then maybe tune on in, and like when I'm done, like I'm trying to think of what comes next, but like maybe like before when I'm done there's some suspicious noise. Like that's kind of like what you have to think about, and not like too much because you don't want to overwhelm people. But yeah, I hope that helps at all. Yes, you guys are getting lore. Thank you, Kayla. They are twins, that's why. Will you get other people singing as other characters? Maybe. It might happen. Do you watch Miraculous? No, but I kind of want to get back into it because season 6 is happening soon. Some people have asked me about the Miraculous musical, and I did not see that. I guess the movie had songs in it, but they didn't get Christina V to sing them, which seems bad because Christina V can sing. I know that the man can't. I know Bryce Pettenbrook. Don't come for me, Bryce. But Bryce I know can't sing because he sings in the TV show, and so that's how I know. That he can't. So anyway, But yeah, I wish that they had made it Christina V. Does the song title come first and then the lyrics, or choose the lyrics for the song title? That is a very good question. So for Undin's song, I already knew I had a very specific thing in mind for what I wanted the title to be, because that was like the thesis and like the course, if that makes sense. Like that was like, oh, okay, this is the thesis of the song. Soliana's song had a lot of different things happening, and I finally figured it the fuck out. So like, yeah, Soliana's song had like a lot of different versions and whatever. And so it had different names basically. Like it had a bunch of different names. It's kind of ridiculous. So here's what the problem was. If anyone's curious, I will turn the music back on. Here's what happened. So, for some reason, I had said in my TikTok, like, I want to write a song where the girl fights the monsters, right? And I had written a song where the girl just sits out the window and wistfully stares in the distance for some reason. And I don't know why that happened. I'm not saying there's some, like, deep, complex, like, Cal, your internal misogyny, I don't know, right? But like for some reason, I had written the exact opposite of what I wanted, and I realized that. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Because like Aster was trying to help, but her advice wasn't working. Not because it wasn't good advice, but just because like that wasn't the problem. The problem was I was like, wait a minute. This is boring. What happened? Like, what did I do? Right? So now, I'll give you guys a piece of lore, I guess. Now, every single night, Soliana gets to leave the tower. Like, that's the only time that she's allowed to leave, right? And she gets to leave to fight a monster, right? And if she doesn't kill the monster, she gets teleported back in the tower as soon as sunrise starts, right? And so that choice to add a monster guarding the tower made my whole life make sense again, right? And so yeah, so that's what happened. And like that made everything a lot more high stakes because I don't know why I had given her Sad Girl Hour song. So now Soliana's song, the part that I sung for you guys earlier, is her like incantation to like the wishing star. Like she's like praying before she jumps out the window basically to go fight the monster for like the 1,000th time. So that made everything make a lot more sense in my life. So yeah, it had a bunch of different names. I think usually you're going to find the title of your song in the course. That's how most songs get titled. Yes, Soliana is based on Rapunzel. That is a very good observation. She is based on Rapunzel. So I had made decisions about my story, right? So this is another nugget of advice. I made decisions, but then I also figured out that my decisions were the problem, not the song. The song was perfectly, like, serviceable, if not, like, slightly boring and, like, a little cliche and, like, you know, kind of in a Disney princess, like, stereotypical way. Like, it was a serviceable song, the other versions I had, but, like, the story became the problem, not the actual song, right? But yes, hi Jen, thank you for saying hi. Don't worry, the stream will be archived because I know we've been talking for a very long time. And so yeah, what helped was we got Soliana out of the tower because that's a lot more high stakes. And then the other thing is that I have this hilarious image in my head because Soliana has a ball gown, right? And so she has a ball gown and a wooden sword and she's going out there because like she doesn't have like steel. She doesn't have armor. You know what I mean? She has whatever's in the tower. So she has like basically a shield made out of a tree and then like, you know, a wooden sword that like either like it was a toy sword that maybe like her father had brought her like when she was a kid, or it's like one of the nights she just like got a big piece of wood or something instead of fighting the monster and she brought it back with her when she was teleported in the tower, you know what I mean? And so I just think it's gonna be kind of fucking funny to like see her and the giant ball gown and not at all like combat ready and like with the wooden sword and she's really trying because that's the only time she can escape, right? Like that's the only time she has a chance. So even though she has no steel, she has no steel, she has no heat, she has nothing. It's kind of sad. So the other piece of advice I will give, though, is that I find it really helpful to write out everything like a monologue first. Because first and foremost, like, I love writing fan fiction. That was like something I did in high school a lot, was like, I have written full novels. Not that they're very good, but like, a lot of my teachers thought that that's what I was gonna like grow up and do, to be a novelist, because I was always writing like original content in class and whatever. Original stories, I should say. Not content. Not content. So I think the monologue thing is helpful. So like, with Undine, it would have been like a monologue to Soliana. With Soliana, it's a little different. But like, then you decide, like, what is verse coded? What is course coded, right? And you kind of just sort, like, the material you write that way. The other thing that I tend to do is, like, I write down a word. So, I think that Soliana's song is going to be called Till the Dawn or something, right? Because that's what she's doing. She's fighting every single night until the dawn, like until the sunrise. And that's also what she wants to happen, like a new day to dawn, because she's been living the same day every single day all of her life. So it'll probably be till the dawn, I think. And so like, I would write down dawn. Like, what does dawn make you think of? You got your sunlight, you got your sunrise, you got colors, right? Like, you know, blue or whatever. You have bright, like you have light. What else? Dawn may be like early morning, right? It doesn't need to be a single word, but just, right? You're up really early. Maybe like, do you feel peace at the dawn, or do you feel like alone at the dawn because you're the only one awake, right? In terms of dawn as in dawning, a new day is dawning. It makes you think of the Kingdom Hearts 2 Little Mermaid song. It may make you think of like, again, new rebirth, life. So I think that that's kind of a fun thing to do, is like everything. Put it down there, brain dump, right? And so this is what I will say as my other piece of advice. Glenn Slater basically said in one of those interviews that I talked about earlier that only has 500 views for some reason. I'm like, how do these people get interviews with the people I want to talk to? I have a much bigger audience. Please, Glenn Slater, call me. But anyway, he basically said that like lyric writing is like smacking your head against a wall until the wall breaks down. And for me, I think that that is so true. Like, you really just gotta be smacking your head, you know? As much as like you have deadlines and like you have to like get stuff done eventually, it's nice that I don't really have a deadline because my VTuber models aren't ready yet. So, that's the thing, is like, you just gotta keep smacking your head against that wall. Obviously, you know, somebody asked about writer's block. Going and doing something else, you know, is always kind of the writer's block advice. But like, sometimes the block is just like, you have to bang your head against the wall, you know? But yeah, read something else, play something else, get your mind off of it, because here's the thing, in the middle of the night, you will have an idea. As you're like lying in bed, or it's like 3 in the morning, you will wake up and you will get the lyric idea that you have been waiting for. It will not happen in your waking hours. It will not happen when you are at the piano and you're like killing yourself. When it'll happen is like when you are in the shower and you are thinking about nothing, and then the idea bubbles to the surface. I'm so serious, right? So that's good to keep in mind, is like, yes, practice and like obviously sit down at the piano and try to do things, but like, you can't sit around all day and wait for the ideas to happen. The way the ideas are going to happen is by consuming other things that aren't the creative thing that you're working on. Like, I read a book, I think recently, or I started a book. It's called Spin of Fate, right? I think that that's the title. I haven't finished it, so I don't know if anyone else has read it, but it's a story about like these people and they're in a caste system, and like, the afterlife is divided into like a caste system, or maybe it's just real life. I don't know. I don't know if it's the afterlife or it's like their society or something, but it's like a, like in India, they have a caste system, right? Like a hierarchy based on like how you're born. So it's like that, but it's based on like your good deeds or how much like goodness is in your heart. I think it's called Spin of Fate, right? So I didn't even like read that book yet. But like, oh, spinning. spinning is nice because my story has fates. So like they're spinning on the spinning wheel, right? Like they're the old like women in Hercules, like the fates, right? When you imagine the fates, there's thread, right? So even just like seeing the title of that book, I was like, oh, I want spinning. I don't think I have that lyric anymore, but there was like a point where Soliana was like, you spend hours spinning like people's dreams or something like that. There was an element of like, oh, the fates are spinning, like they're sitting at their spinning wheel, and she had like a line like that. I think now I had to cut it for some reason, but like, yeah, like you will think of the major plot points in your dreams. Kayla is absolutely correct. I remember, like, okay, this is so off topic. I have had visions of how to beat levels in video games in my dreams, right? Like, this was before the internet, this was before tutorials, like, this was before I could, like, feasibly, like, solve a puzzle, like, and look online and see what the answer was. I had, like, dreams about how to, like, go into, like, Nancy Drew or whatever and, like, solve the puzzle in the game. So, like, in your non-waking thoughts, it'll happen to you. I also think it is a good idea to get feedback from people that are not necessarily songwriters, but are still good storytellers, or at least appreciate a good story and know how to suss out story details. And so, you know, obviously I've mentioned Aster a couple times. We do talk. We have conversations with each other. We share our work with each other, and she gave me some really good advice. But, you know, I think that sometimes the most useful advice has been from Hunter or from Arnold, right? Like, Arnold, actually, like, he looked at my lyrics for the Undine song, and he was like, what does Undine do? And I was like, what do you mean, what does she do? And he was like, does she kill people? Or, like, does she have magic? Or, like, does she, you know, like, what are her tactics? And so I was like, ah, fuck, Arnold's right. I never said how she handles her business. You know what I mean? I alluded to, like, you can guess that she kills people. And, you know, Aster and I kind of have a different philosophy. Like, Aster is very much a leave some things up to people's imagination. Yeah, hi. But, like, you know, when I was talking to Arnold, Arnold was like, so what does Undine do? Like, does she kill people? Or does she, like, blackmail people, or does she like turn them into mice or something? And I was like, ah, fuck. If Arnold's picking up on that, I didn't, like, you know, adequately explain that to his satisfaction. Now I gotta put it in. But yeah, Aster, I was just saying, somebody asked like general advice. So I was saying that one of my pieces of advice are like, you should definitely pass your work to, like, your songwriting friends. So I was saying, like, obviously I show my work to you. But, like, sometimes it's, like, just as valuable to just show it to someone who, like, Arnold really likes lore, he likes stories, he likes theorizing, especially in Genshin and whatever. Hunter does a lot of writing, right? Like, even, like, you guys, your mom, all right? If your mom, I don't know, if your mom's down for that, I don't know. Like, I show stuff to my mom all the time because my mom, you know, really likes musicals and stuff like that. Like, as much as you need a academic, like, peer review session, you should also check on, like, your audience, basically. And so that's how... This music sounds very Christmassy all of a sudden. So yeah, that was my other advice, is, like, check with your friends. Obviously, make sure your friends know about what you're doing, though. Because, like, you know, how do I phrase this? I wouldn't ask my sister for her opinion, basically. Like, I would ask my mom, because my mom likes musicals, right? But I wouldn't be like, you don't need to ask everybody, but pick some people. Pick some people and ask them some questions. Because, yeah, that was so funny how Arnold was just like, so what does she do? And I'm like, excuse me, what do you mean? I thought it was pretty clear that, like, you know, how she handles her business. Apparently it was not clear. So I wrote another verse, and it turned out, I think, really nice, because it's this playful, like, Undine explaining how she would dispose of Soliana's problem, and it's kind of, like, funny in a little sociopathic way, because she talks about it so casually. I won't say what she does, though. That's a spoiler. Okay, so Lumin asked the hardest part about writing. I don't think that it's even necessarily the writer's block. I'll just say for me, because I talked about this earlier, but there's a difference of, like, when you are writing for yourself, right, and you're just writing, you know, songs for you, and, like, it's like writing fan fiction for yourself, right? Like, nobody's gonna look at this, it's okay. I think for me, what feels very high stake in this particular scenario is that it's not that there's necessarily no do-overs, but like, this is debut, right? VTubers debut, and their debut is usually when they get the most amount of attention. Other than like clips surfacing and stuff. Like, people come to you in your VTuber debut because they want to understand who you are, and then they make that decision probably forever, like whether or not they're gonna watch you. You know what I mean? So I think that, like, in terms of answering Lumin's question, the hardest part about writing for this project is just that sort of like, you have one shot to have a good first impression. It doesn't need to be a perfect first impression, but it needs to be good, right? It needs to be a good one. And like, you know, I try to alleviate that pressure by thinking like, other artists have demos and they have workshops and they have all this stuff that they get because they have like more resources like before their shit even goes to stage, right? And so what I try to tell myself is that there's nothing wrong with debuting these songs now and then like re-recording them or improving them in the future or changing them later, right? So I just try to tell myself like, yes, it's high stakes and yes, debut is important, but also it's not like the end of the world. You know, they need to be serviceable to the story that is going to be in the stream. They don't need to be perfect, if that makes sense. So I guess I would say try to think about things that way if like that's what you're anxious about. I don't know. I think most people will probably struggle with writer's block because they aren't necessarily trying to commercially release their music, if that makes sense. So my anxiety is more like the commercial release. I think other people's anxiety is probably like writer's block or like, what if I suck or something? My anxiety is like, oh my god, it's debut. But like, even in that case, what really helps me, I guess, is doing stuff that is not for debut. Like, I wrote a Fox and Neo song. I have like a Roman song that I started writing and then I was like, nah, I don't want to do this. I don't have men. I don't have access to men to sing this, but now I have access to a man who is playing, or a person, I should say, a male vocalist who is playing Fox. So that's good. But I should say I shouldn't talk about people in terms of like their gender. I have a tenor vocalist who can play Fox. I should talk about people by their vocal types. That's my bad. I'm sorry. But yes, I have access to people that could feasibly play Roman, so now I'm like re-interested in it. Because like, especially with Ruby songs, who gives a fuck, right? No one's gonna give a fuck about like the Fox and Neo song. I mean, I hope people care, and I hope people like it, and I hope people enjoy it, but if somebody's like, this is cringe, I'm like, well, yeah, you didn't pay money to come see the show, I released it for free, right? That's the great part about fan work, is like, as much as, you know, obviously we should want to grow and improve and stuff like that, like, fan work is ultimately, like, a free, like, basically you got a free cake, right? How much can you complain about a cake that you got for free? If you paid for the cake, that's kind of a different story, right? But fan work is, like, user-generated interest, you know? It's people doing stuff out of the love in their heart and not professionally. So I think that, like, that kind of helps if you're like having anxiety, like to kind of focus on fan work stuff, because there's a different sort of type of vibe, I guess, right? But yeah, in terms of the writer's block thing, oh my god, I think Ship of Theseus is helpful. I think listening to new music is just helpful. I listened to the Great Gatsby musical, even though I thought I wasn't going to like it. I still think there are some things that are highly suspicious about the Great Gatsby musical. It's like, I don't want to say weird, but like there are some parts where I'm like, this sounds like somebody is just making this up in the shower. There's like nothing going on. Like there's no structure going on here. What the fuck, right? So like, and that's the other thing too, is that you would be surprised, like professionals have put Cinderella and Salmonella on stage, and so as much as you are cringe, you will never be Salmonella and Cinderella cringe. You may be some other type of cringe. You may rhyme like There was a lyric that I was like, oh, this is bad, when I was looking at the Fox and Neo song today because, I should say, that I have a vocalist for it now, and we had a call today where we went through the entire song, and so it's actually probably going to happen by the end of the year. You guys are actually going to hear it. So I probably should have said that earlier in the stream, I forgot. But yeah, we had a very good call, but there was a lyric where I was like, oh god, oh no. I can't remember exactly what it was anymore. It wasn't even like the lyric was bad, it was just like, I was like, rhyme, that rhyme is a little weird. Okay. I wasn't convinced by it, if that makes sense. Like, you guys probably won't even notice it, but for me, I was like, I could have said something else. I could have added some other important information. Oh, goodness. But yeah, listen to other music, either to make yourself feel better about yourself, or just for ideas. Because I did listen to the Gatsby musical, and I was like, ooh, a vibe. Let me take this vibe and, like, you know, and kind of give it to what I already, because, like, that, if there was a musical that had Roman Torchwick energy, it would be the Great Gatsby musical, right? So I had some, like, instrumentation ideas. Anyway, but yeah, listen to music, ship a Theseus thing, parody lyrics is good. I don't know if I'd recommend, like, trans-lyricism in terms of, like, translating a song from, like, Japanese into English as, like, a usual exercise, but I think that it is a good exercise, right? Because something that trips up a lot of people when they're translating songs from English to Japanese, or, wait, from Japanese to English, excuse me, is, like, how to retain the meaning of the line, but then also make the stresses sound correct, because something you'll notice in a lot of, like, English anime OP, like, for example, okay, don't come for me, Amelie has gotten a lot better at it, but there were some of, like, her earlier songs where I'm like, that's not it. Like, in terms of, like, where the stresses are, I'm like, that make no sense. In something, like, more recently, like, she did English version of Oshinoko's opening, which I really, really like. But yeah, so, like, that's good practice, I think, to try to figure out how to translate something and retain the meaning, and then also, like, make it still make sense, you know? And, like, try to, like, put in the rhymes, because rhyming is different in Japanese, right? And so, like, there's that whole thing, too, like, how are you gonna do it? So that's fun. If you guys like Vocaloid, that's interesting. Oh, what I would say is that what you should do if you are into, like, more anime music is, like, look at a song and then look at how different people translated it, right? Because usually there's not, like, one translation. There's not, like, a universally agreed upon thing. I think for, like, King, which is a very popular song for VTubers to cover, I've seen, like, totally different lines. Like, people have had totally different, ways to, translate some of the lines. And I really like to look at that sort of thing. And, like, I like to kind of pick and choose, oh, I like that line, why do I like that line over that one? So, like, that could be fun. Like, look at every English translation of a song. Gentle Breeze. I don't know. I'm listening to, like, a streamer-safe Nintendo music playlist. So I'm not sure, maybe. Okay, so what did I say? Writer's block, listen to music, ship a Theseus, maybe write a character their own song where there's an already existing leitmotif. So, like, in, you know, something like Tangled, there are lots of existing leitmotifs, but Flynn doesn't get a song. Write Flynn a song, go do that, come back to me. That's fun for exercises. Oh, okay, somebody asked, a couple people asked, my favorite part of writing. So, like I said, my favorite part is seeing everything, like, come together, right? Like, in terms of the product. I like to have the tangible thing. But, you know, when a song gets stuck in my head like that, and I feel that, like, warm, fuzzy feeling, like, that's kind of when, you know, I think that that's my favorite part. Like, that's what I'm like, oh, I know I have a banger on my hands because I'm treating it as if it's real or something. Like, you know, with the Fox and Neo song, I'll, like, sing it to myself just randomly, and I'll, like, play the song, like, just the instrumental version of the song, and, like, those are the times where I'm kind of like, oh, I know that this is, like, if it's a song that I would want to listen to, and it's a song where, like, I listen to it so much that I almost forget that I wrote it, I think that, like, those are the moments where I'm like, fuck yeah, we did it, bro, you know? Because then it becomes, like, I don't know, it kind of exists outside of me, or like outside of myself, where I'm like, it's almost like I didn't write this. Like, it's almost like it was written by someone else, and like I also enjoy it, right? So I think that that's something to aim for. You have to like satisfy yourself too, you know? But yeah, I like seeing things come together, and I like, you know, coming up with like a nice like melody and stuff like that, where like I get the goosebumps or, you know, that sort of thing. I think that that's definitely like my favorite part. It's hard to appreciate it like when you're in the weeds about it, I guess. But yeah, that's like, I think that that's my favorite part. Or like, you know, hearing from other people, right? Like the person that's playing Fox, like I said, was like, this slaps. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. Right? I mean, obviously they agreed to the project, so I hope that they think that it slaps, but they, you know, it's equally possible for your friends to be like, ah, this is ass. Right? So like, you know, it's nice, it's always nice to see how other people get excited about it. I think that that's always going to be my favorite part, because like I'm a performer like first and foremost, and so as much as like, I don't know, I don't really do anything for myself, you know what I mean? I don't write fan fiction that's just for me. I don't really draw stuff that's just for me, like, and maybe that's bad. Maybe if you're in that situation, I'd suggest having some like private projects that nobody gets to see that are just like for yourself. But like, I don't know, I almost have no interest. Like, I have no interest in writing a fanfic that no one is going to read. I want people to read it. I want to share it with other people, right? And so I feel like that, you know, for songs, I feel the same way. Like, I kind of have no interest in writing, like, a song and it's just like, oh, it's just mine or whatever. Like, I want people to, like, listen to it and, like, have fun and, like, all that stuff. So, okay. Now, I think that we are going to get to general questions now, because I think that was all that there was for songwriting specifically. I think, like, some people asked about writer's block, some people asked about, oh, well, somebody asked about the collaboration process. I guess I can, like, go for that quickly. So when you're working with a composer, you will have, like, 80 emails going back and forth. Like, oh my god, sorry guys. I just, like, croaked. Oh my goodness. I just had like a frog moment right there. So when I was working with Tony for the Fox and Neo song, I told him what I wanted. I gave him like instrumentation inspirations. So I think that I had shown like general Ruby music, like Ruby score. I had shown My Goodbye from Epic the Musical, and I had shown like a couple other like songs, right? Like Disney songs. So then Tony got back to me, like, with an idea, and I was like, okay, but, because he went, like, full, like, dance mode with it, and it was, like, really fun, but I was like, oh no, but this is serious, this has to sound evil. So, like, you basically just go back and forth with the composer, until you're happy, or if they're sick of you. And I, you know, Tony made me very happy with his work on the Fox and Neo song, so I'm very, very glad. But that's basically how it happens, is that I try to be as organized as possible, you know, when I work with people, whether it's a vocalist, like, again, the vocalist that's singing for Fox that I talked about earlier, or if it's just like a composer or something, or not just, but, or if it's the composer, I have character breakdowns. I have instrument ideas, like for what instrument I want associated with each character. I have their personality. I have the emotional arc that they're going through. I have pictures of the character. Like, I gave Tony so much. I don't know how much he really needed at the end of the day, but, you know, I've gotten a lot of, like, artists seem to really appreciate how thorough I am, because, like, even when I get commissions of, like, you know, art, I, like, position the models and put all of the pose references on the same picture, and like have the color picking of, like, you know, of, oh, like, this is Fox's, like, main colors, and, like, here's the exact color for his hair, here's the hex code, right? Artists have said that they really appreciate that in the past, so I think the most prepared that you can be is probably the better. If you're asking a composer to do something for you, you should at least probably have an idea of what instrumentation you want, I think. Obviously, though, I've only worked with Tony, so I don't necessarily know. So now, I'm going to go through people's general, like, questions, okay? So, John said, if you got asked to cover any single Disney song and you could pick, what song would you choose? So, like, if somebody gave me money and was like, go crazy, I would want to do, I think, Believe in Me from Twice Charmed. The only thing that's stopping me, really, is the fact that there's no instrumental track that exists, technically. There's, like, there is sheet music out there that is purely for an audition purpose. There is no sheet music floating around on the internet of the full song because I feel like Disney is probably very protective. So if I got to pick any song, I would pay someone to do the Believe in Me track. I really, like, I would love to sing it. But yeah, I would have to pay someone to do that by ear, basically, which Tony can do, because he's done it for me before. Like, we basically, you wouldn't pirate a car. We kind of did. We pirated some, like, sheet music, which basically means he listened to the song by ear and then he notated it for a piano reduction so I could take it to auditions. Okay, Lumen song question. What is it about music, not just musicals, this is Dan asking, that you as a fan enjoy or value the most? What is the aspect that draws you into it beyond just the general consuming of the material? That's a really good question. I think it's about, like, the combination between musical storytelling and then lyrical storytelling. Like, if we're talking about just a song, right? A song in a vacuum. I think that and the staying power of that and how that lives on in a way, like, I'm always interested in those sorts of things, right? Like, beyond just consuming. And, you know, I guess Dan said music and not just musicals, but, like, for example, right? Figuring out where in Kingdom Hearts a specific leitmotif plays. Like, I love that shit. You know, you guys have probably seen some of my shorts where I'm like, here's the Beauty and the Beast musical secret, right? And, like, you know, all of that sort of stuff. So I love that. I love doing that. And I love doing that for everything. Like, I love figuring out how in Kingdom Hearts there are reoccurring leitmotifs that change. I love doing that for, like, video games, like, how music sets the tone of a stage, you know, how, especially too, like, in an anime context, like, anime has a history of using jazz and, like, jazz chord progression and stuff like that, so I just find it, like, that sort of thing interesting, like, culturally, like, why does anime have openings? Why does anime have, like, music that is so influenced by, like, America, like, American jazz age music, right? I love that stuff. Like, I love, like, thinking about that sort of thing. I could lie awake at night and think about all of these things, right? And, like, oh, what does this instrument mean? And all of that stuff. So I think that, like, definitely in terms of a song, like, the storytelling of the song and what the song means to different people and why it means different things to different people, like, there's definitely that. This is a very unserious song to be playing during my serious questions. Hold on. Okay, that's a little better. So there's definitely that. Let me look a bit more carefully. Oh, okay. It was unexpected to find out that you love Hololive. So I would like to know who is your favorite member. Oh, this was Alex, if Alex is still here. What are your full thoughts on Miff's new song? The show goes on. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, my favorite member is Calliope, okay? I don't give a fuck what people say. I love Calliope's music. Obviously, like, you know, I'm not gonna force other people to like it, but I think that people, you know, because she's a VTuber and because of this and that, like, people refuse to see, I think, the, like, how her music exists outside of the VTuber context, if that makes sense. Like, Last Days, for example, I don't know, that song just really meant a lot to me, right? If I try to think of, like, other Calliope songs I really like Ouroboros, I like Red, you know, and it's not just because, oh, my favorite VTuber made a song, right? Like, those songs meant something to me outside of Calliope as a VTuber. Does that make sense? Because, like, when I found Myth, like, I wasn't into Myth yet. Like, when I found Calliope's music, I was in it, like, for the music as opposed, to, liking all of Myth at that time. I liked her after. Yes, the Isekai ED. Yes, I did like that song too. So yeah, I really like Calliope. I like her music. Obviously, I have like my own personal opinions about like which of her songs are like better than others, but I think that like I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that like people underestimate her or whatever, but like the amount of material that she puts out first of all is crazy, and like it's high quality material. Like it may not be like, you know, for you specifically, but like it is like the fact that she's able to put out so much music and there hasn't really been like, wow, what the fuck is this? At least to me anyway. I've never been like, and I'm an honest person. You know what I mean? Like I'm not someone who just like listens to their faves and like is totally unbiased. There have been singers that I have really, really liked, and I'm just like, this ain't it. This ain't not it. Oh my god. No, I'm like, this ain't it, right? Not really VTuber like music, but just even like composers that I like, right? Or like lyricists that I like. I'm like, dude, this is bad. Like this is a bad song, dude. You know, even by composers and lyricists that I really like and I enjoy their other work, I'm like, bro, right? But I've never felt like that way about a Calliope song where I'm just like, oh god, what the fuck? And so that's always a good sign when you're not like, oh. And something else that I really like about Calliope specifically, as opposed to like, I guess other, you know, music VTubers, is like the genre variety, because like Calliope has a lot of like electro swing, but she also has a lot of like fantastical, like we're in the tavern, we're, you know, there's the bard and like all of that stuff, and like a lot of instruments. But yeah, if she does have stinkers, maybe I haven't listened to them, or I'm just like, I pretend I do not see it. I think, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Someone who is very good friends with Calliope had a couple songs very early in her career that were a little questionable. However, if someone has been making music for that long, inevitably that is something that's gonna happen. I'm sure Alex understands what I'm talking about, right? Like how, you know, I'm very good friends with Soliana and Undine, okay? Calliope is very good friends, and her very good friend has a very long, like, music history on YouTube, and so there are a couple songs, you know, in that history that, are a little suspect. But I think especially with what Calliope has been putting out lately, especially like the new like songs that she made, because after, I guess I'll be honest, right, after the Universal Music thing, I was kind of like, oh no, we're never going to get an album like Cinderella again, right? Because Cinderella has like every song is almost in a different genre, right? And then whatever was after that came out, and I was like, or was it Unalive that had every song in a different genre? I think it was Unalive, actually. I think I'm wrong. But I did like Cinderella. I thought that a lot of the Cinderella songs were also vastly different, right? But yeah, so when... Is it Jigoku 6 came out? I was like, oh no, right? Because a lot of the songs sounded not similar to each other, but there just wasn't that genre variety, and like she wasn't rapping as much, and so I was like mildly concerned. But then when the new album came out, the one that has Last Days in it, I was like, we're so fucking back, let's go! Let's go! So yeah, I was happy about that. What song do you listen to the most while writing? I try not to listen to music that has lyrics when I'm writing. I do listen to music that is like instrumental, so I really like your you know, you're a fairy tale princess at the masquerade ball dancing with your villain, like those sorts of playlists. But yeah, I'm just checking the questions on my phone. But yeah, the show goes on is a fucking banger. I'm so happy that they made it. It like literally fills me with so much joy. I'm delusional enough to think that it was for me. And then in December, they are doing a 3D musical. Promise is, not Myth. I mean, maybe Myth will be there. I don't know. I don't know all the exact details. And I was like, fuck yeah! Like, this is what I wanted. Like, this is what I've been tweeting about forever, that they should do a 3D musical. Let's fucking go. And it's gonna be like original apparently, so that's all fun. I love HoloLive. I love HoloLive Myth. I love all of the HoloLive girls. I love their music. I hope that, like, my dream one day is that they have like a full musical. Like, I guess that may be what the 3D thing is, but I'm talking about like an origin story, kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like HoloLive Myth, the musical. Like, that's what I'm hoping one day will happen, but I love them. What are some things in general you're looking forward to this year? That's a good nothing. No. Thank you, Dark, for the question. Also, hello, Lexa. Thank you for coming into the stream. So, yeah, I shouldn't say nothing. That's not nice. I don't know. I think that what I'm looking forward to are the things that haven't happened yet. You know, I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. I've been in a sort of weird situation the last year. You know, this music is kind of not the vibe for what I was gonna say. I won't get into it too much. It's just been a really hard year ever since I graduated school in August. If you guys know, you know already, because I talked about it on my main channel, but yeah. And so, like, I feel like that, like, as different as things are getting, I'm also living the exact same day every single day. So I guess, like, what I'm excited about is that I do think, knock on wood, all that jazz, there's going to be a point in this year, I pray and I hope to God, that, like, my channel is going to, like, not blow up, but, like, get a lot of attention, and then people will, like, go on binge watches, and it'll be this whole big thing. Maybe when Moana 2 comes out, or, like, maybe when Wicked comes out, I kind of have a feeling that it's gonna be around that time, where, like, something is going to happen, and then people are gonna rewatch my other videos, and it's gonna be like a good time, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm looking forward to. I don't know what it'll be. I don't think it's gonna be anything in October, to be honest. Like, I don't think that Snuff Out the Light's gonna do it. If it does, I'll be really happy, but I think that, like, something will happen. Like, something is going to happen, and that's what I'm looking forward to. In terms of the Wicked movie, I think it looks good for the most part. I'm mildly concerned about, like, a couple things. Like, some of the cinematography, or I guess, that's not the right word. The lighting and, like, the color grading do not appeal to me. Sometimes it looks very, like, lifeless and sort of like, oh, look, we're a fairy tale, but we're edgy, and, like, that sort of thing. But, you know, I have seen other pictures where it's, like, brighter and, like, it's a little happier and stuff like that, so I won't worry too much. I'm, like, mildly worried, but I'm not that worried, if that makes sense. What is your dream Disney musical? Optic Sorcerer said this, that you would like to see them adapt. And who would be doing the music? That's a very good question. I would kill somebody. I shouldn't say that. In Minecraft. Hold on. I would die for Prince and the Pauper retelling. I know that they tried to do that with Emperor's New Groove, but I don't care. Just because they tried doesn't mean that they won't consider doing it in the future. Especially because, like, they didn't, right? The Emperor's New Groove is not at all similar to the Prince and the Pauper story, so I think it is on the table. I think it is on the table. The other thing that I would love to see on the table, Swan Lake, okay? I know that there is the Don Bluth, oh goodness, Don Bluth version of Swan Lake, like the Swan Princess, okay? I'm gonna say something that will make some people angry. The Swan Princess is not very good, as a musical, in my opinion. The first opening number is a banger, like, to have them growing up and, like, singing and everything, but, like, Far Longer Than Forever is a nice song, and it's a pretty song, but it's a very vague song. It's like a radio song. It's like they, like, wanted, like, the radio version of A Whole New World and, like, Tale as Old as Time or whatever, but they forgot that the radio version comes from the musical version first. I like the song. Again, it's a nice song, but, like, it's generic. Like, it's so generic, right? Okay, there's more songs in that movie, like the one where Derek is like, practice, practice, practice. Don't remember that one. I think the biggest crime of the Swan Princess is that it doesn't use the music from the ballet, which makes me, like, irrationally upset. Like, it makes me really angry that, like, you would write a musical based off of Swan Lake and you wouldn't use a single leitmotif from the ballet. So I would love to see Disney do Swan Lake properly. I know that now, I'm pretty sure they own the Swan Princess. Maybe. I don't know. I'm a YouTuber, okay? I'm not a journalist. Please fact check your own information. I don't know if that's true. I think they do, though, because they own Anastasia, right? Isn't that all the same situation, right? Anyway. I would love to see them do Swan Lake properly. Also, I know that they did the Nutcracker, and you have, like, the Nutcracker and the Four Doors or whatever, the live action thing. I don't give a fuck. I want them to adapt. Basically, if Barbie has already done it and Disney hasn't done it, I want Disney to do it. Because I love Barbie. My mom truly believes that the Barbie Swan Lake version is, like, the Barbie version of that movie is the best adaptation of Swan Lake, like, outside of the ballet. And she will, like, come on and like, fight somebody. Oh, Prince of Art, I don't know if you're still here. I saw you earlier. You were trying to give us a fan name. I will say that you guys already have fan names, sort of, in relation to the Patreon and the YouTube membership member thing. You guys are called a bunch of different corny names. I think one of them is like Rhythmatic Revelers, Dramatic Devotees, and then Encore Enthusiasts or something like that. Like, if you look at the YouTube membership tiers, they all have fun, like, kind of corny names. I like you guys saying Care Bears. That's very copyrighted. What I would ideally like is some sort of name that is music related, but somehow also related to us, if that makes sense. That's what I modeled the YouTube member tiers after. I guess we will keep cooking. Favorite musical is Hunchback. I saw someone's comment about Hunchback earlier. I don't think that Hunchback is a movie for adults in the same way that, like, The Wild Robot is, like, for kids, but it's not, you know what I mean? If you guys have seen The Wild Robot, go see it. It was very, very good. I kind of see Hunchback like that. Like, Hunchback is not a movie for kids exclusively, but it's also not a movie for adults because, like, it still has that, like, PG rating, if that makes sense. It kind of exists in, like, a weird sort of, you know, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like, the only thing, I don't think that the only thing that kids will enjoy are the gargoyles. I think that, like, a lot of kids will resonate with Quasimodo. It's not dark enough to be purely just an adult movie, I guess, but, like, I understand that it's also not, like, super lighthearted either. So yeah, I don't know. Hunchback is, like, one of those films where it's, like, it's technically everyone, I think, can enjoy it at every single level. It's definitely not, like, exclusively a kid's movie, but to be fair, I don't think that any Disney movie is, really. I think that even Beauty and the Beast and, like, you know, even Snow White, like, has very dark, scary, you know, the queen literally wants to kill this child. Like, that is dark, right? Prince of Egypt. I love the Prince of Egypt. We will talk about it one day. Hopefully. I hope so. Somebody asked about it recently and I was like, yeah, the music slaps. The music definitely fucks. I don't like the musical version that's on Broadway, but that's another story for another day. Hestia asked, what is your favorite Barbie movie and your favorite Disney movie? So my favorite Disney movie, as I said, is Hunchback. If I had to pick another one, I guess I would say, Beauty and the Beast. My favorite Barbie movie is definitely Princess and the Pauper, but if I had to pick another one for that, I really like Swan Lake, and I really like The 12 Dancing Princesses, like, as our non-musical, movie. Let me see. Oh, Oh, Prince of Art also asked what movies and TV shows have shaped you as a person. Basically everything on this channel, honestly. Like the Barbie, the Disney. This kind of goes in with what I said about like, I don't want you guys to think I'm a musical theater channel, so I better start making other content soon, right? Like in terms of only song analysis, because like this channel originally was just supposed to be about like things that I'm hyper fixated on that no one else understands. And I wanted to make a video about spider riders. Do you guys know what spider riders is? Also, I feel like that we're almost done the stream, but we're also not, so I really have to use the bathroom. So as you guys think about what spider riders is, and if any of you know what I'm talking about, I will be right back. Do I have a be right back screen? Okay, no. What I'm gonna do is just... I was like, I thought I could make it, guys. I can't make it. No, I cannot. All right. I'm gonna slowly back away. And yeah, think about, does anyone know what spider riders is? And I will be right back. Okay, guys. Oh my goodness. I am back. Bro, I haven't thought about spider riders in years. I think about spider riders all the time. Oh my god. I love that you guys are like, this is why I've really, like, I really think that I found my people. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, at least one person understands. Okay, so hold on. Overrated musical I hate Andrew Lloyd Webber. I hate that man. I hate Cats. I hate Phantom of the Opera. I have so much beef with this man. I have beef with all of his musicals. I have not watched The Winx Club, to answer that question. Favorite Vocaloid producer or voice bank? That's hard because I don't keep exact track of the Vocaloid, like, song, like, who makes what. I really like, I'll tell you, Royal Scandal, which I don't know if that's Vocaloid anymore, but it was, like, made by, like, somebody that used to be a Vocaloid producer, I think. I really like Portrait of Pirate F. I like the Cinderella Twisted one. I like Romeo and Cinderella. There's an inappropriate one that I like. There's two inappropriate ones that I like. One of them is Pomp and Circumstance, and the other is, oh god, I can't remember. It's like, it's only superficial feeling. I can only remember the English. Yeah, I like World Is Mine. I also like Honeyworks too. I don't know how Honeyworks fits in with the Vocaloid lore. Like, I need someone. Do you guys know who Nicole Raffi is? And like, she does like Chronically Online Girl explains like Sabrina Carpenter or whatever. I need like someone to explain the Vocaloid lore. Like, not just like Hatsune Miku. I need like Like, how does Honeyworks fit in with Vocaloid? I don't know. I don't even know if they're connected, honestly. Did I just make that up? Maybe. But yeah, like, I need, like, that lore. Like, I need, like, who are the producers? What do they do in their lives? How did they get a job? I don't know. Like, I'm just wondering about, like, who made Portrait of Pirate F? What were they cooking? Because I love the ones that are, like, Twisted Fairy Tale retellings. Jujutsu Kaisen musical? I have not heard of that. I will have to investigate, Madison. Oh, it's like an old anime. Yes, Spider Riders is a French, but also Japanese, like French-Canadian. It aired on Teletoon, and it was an anime, and it had 52 seasons, and I fucking love Spider Riders, and it's based on a book. So, like, that was one of the ideas. Like, I had a list of, like, because, okay, so this is like some YouTube knowledge, right? Because I don't know. I don't know if you guys have questions about how to be a YouTuber in this like super long ass stream, but so they say that you should write down like 10 ideas a day. Like for videos, for shorts, whatever, it doesn't matter, 10 ideas. Like one of my ideas was like, does anyone else give a fuck about Spider Riders, bro? Or is it just me? Like, you know, like I feel very passionately about the Spider Riders, about the entire show, about the video game that there used to be like an MMO online and like people are trying to get the game back up. I have very strong feelings about Spider Riders. I don't care what anyone says. I know that the dub's kind of bad, but I don't care. I love the dub. I love the sub. I love everything. Phantom of the Opera, okay. I don't like his music, I think. I don't like Andrew Lloyd Webber's, because he's the composer, right? He's not always the lyricist, I don't think. Yes! Fantasy, I know what you're talking about. Maxwell Sheffield from The Nanny. I know, I was so happy. My mom and we watched that show a couple of years ago. Because, like, we always pick this, like, old show to, like, binge at night. And The Nanny was one of them. And I was like, he gets it. He understands. Oh, my God. It's not even like a Sondheim versus like Weber type beef. It's like, I don't like his music. I think that like, even though I like the motif of the Phantom of the Opera, like the actual sound, he has like this 80s synth pop sound that like infects everything, like, you know what I mean? And so I think that that's my beef with it. If it was just orchestral, if it was just like nice, if there was no synthetic piano, I would probably like it more. But I think that like it clearly sounds so 80s, and one day we are going to be like, the Phantom of the Opera did not age, like, not that it aged badly as in like it's problematic or something, but it just sounds old. But Disney will sound timeless because Disney is like orchestral, you know what I mean? But as soon as you add an instrument that nobody likes anymore, then you're gonna have a problem, right? Like, you know what I mean? I know some people still like synth pianos and artificial whatever, but I don't know. Artificial sounding things to me have no place in like live theater, but that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that that's like word of God or something. But like to me, I'm like, well, why would you have fake sounding instruments that sound like they come from like FL Studio or GarageBand or something in your musical where you have real people that exist? You know what I mean? The whole point of musicals is supposed to be that it's live, so, you know, when they have those sort of overly, and like in the epic, it's okay, like, to have some of the artificial time, like, you know, Athena's time effect to me, like, that stuff is okay, but like when the whole show was like, I know that you wrote this in the 80s or whatever, or the 90s, whatever it was, I know when you grew up, I don't want to know how old you were or what decade that you wrote this in. But if I can immediately tell, oh, this feels 80s, this feels like 2010, like if I can pinpoint the exact time that the song or the musical released, I'm like, that's not good. That's not good for our longevity. I have not played Danganronpa. I actually want to. So, you know, somebody asked what I was looking forward to during the year or something. I think that, like, I've really slacked on my main channel lately, I'm not gonna lie. I've slacked with, like, streaming and stuff just because I wanted to get my VOD channel up and running before I got back to streaming and everything. Because it was just stressing me out so much, and I haven't transferred every single VOD to it, so if you guys are interested in main channel stuff, basically, like, for example, I played Hades, and, like, editing it was such a big undertaking But anyway, so like now I just put all of Hades on the VOD channel, and now I'm caught up, and now I think I can play Hades again, right? And so I'm trying to do that with Genshin and Twisted Wonderland, but I think that this month, maybe tomorrow, honestly, because I'm already all dressed up, right? Or my hair's done or whatever. I may like start streaming again as soon as tomorrow. So I would like to finish Hades, and then I think I may go back to Little Goody Two Shoes, just because Little Goody Two Shoes is in like controversy right now, so it might be a good time to finish that game, because I did never finish it. And then like I would like to play like Danganronpa, Stray Gods, the musical game. Like and the nice part about those things too is that they don't require as much editing because they're like visual novels. Like what am I editing out? I'm not grinding for like a million hours, right? Yeah, Lorax is interesting because I haven't seen it, but I've heard the music before, so I feel like I'd have to rewatch it again, but everything is always on the table, guys. Favorite sitcom? Favorite sitcom? I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't know. I only watch TV when I'm with my mom. And I guess here's my controversial thing. I don't like stuff with real people in it. So in terms of a sitcom, I would probably like sooner like something like 16. You know what I mean? Any live plays you hope to see one day? I've seen Wicked, Aladdin, Anastasia, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and I'm trying to think, I'm sorry. Wicked, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Anastasia. I've seen other things, I'm sure, but I don't remember right now. So in terms of what I would love to see live, oh, I've seen Hades Town. Sorry, that's what it was. I was like, what, if they ever do a revival of like Beauty and the Beast or something, I would love to see that. Little Mermaid. Okay, some people were hating on Little Mermaid for having like the rolly shoes and having the cast wear them and like, you know, the rolly shoes with the mermaid tails. I love that. I would really love to see the Little Mermaid musical live. Favorite role you've played? I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I have not gotten to play a lot of roles. I have been in the ensemble, I should say, I was in the ensemble twice when I was in musical theater school, and then obviously I played other roles outside of musical theater school, but I have not played the roles that I've wanted most of the time, except for Fiona. I did like to play Fiona. In terms of like what I would dream like about playing, I want to play Quasimodo. I want to play Quasimodo so bad. I know it'll never happen, but like please put me up there. That's what I think about as I fall asleep at night. Oh yeah, the original question, by the way, was what movies and TV shows have shaped you most as a person, and I forgot to answer the rest of it. Basically, like any kind of weird Spider Riders or like, you know, Sophia the First or like Franny's Feet. Do you guys remember Franny's Feet? Which it was like a little girl and her grandpa's a cobbler, and like her grandpa makes the shoes, but then she tries on the shoes and then she gets to go like live a day in those people's lives. Like anything that's sort of like niche and like weird and has some element of lore. You know what I was thinking about the other day too? I was thinking about robots. I don't know if anyone knows what robots is, but it was a society where there were robots, and the robots were designed to be specific things. Like, you're a police officer robot, right? And like, that's like your job. But then there's this guy who comes into their like robot society, and he's not one of the assigned robots that they know of. And so it's like, who made you? And like, can he still be a police officer even though he's not like a police robot? And there are evil people, and like there's a whole thing, right? You know, so stuff like that. Like, I was really fascinated about the robots lore, but unlike Spider Riders, robots got canceled. Obviously Barbie, obviously Disney, just like niche stuff that you guys wouldn't think about, you know what I mean? Like the secret world of Benjamin Bear, okay? All the teddy bears in their secret society, like that sort of stuff. If it had weird lore, like that sort of thing. Just CD-ROM games that I have that nobody thinks about, like Hunter and I on our main channel, like playing like the Barbie Rapunzel, like painting game, like where you have to restore the whole castle, like just like stuff like that definitely influenced me and made me the person I am now. Do you guys know about those Disney like crack shipping AMVs? But they're not AMVs, they're called something else because there's like masks, right, where people put like Ariel on a green screen and then you can like use the mask to like make Ariel and like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like Ariel and Belle kiss or something. Like, do you guys know who the Nameless Doll is? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like the people that make these like AMVs with their own storylines with the Disney characters. And like, it's not an AMV because they're putting them on a green screen in a new setting. It's like, it's called masking or something. Like, it's technically an AMV as in it's a music video, but it's not taking the shots from the movie, like, and just making a music video out of them. It's like they're taking the characters out of the movie using something like Adobe After Effects and putting Ariel on a green screen so that it looks like that she is talking to Belle, but they're in a brand new setting. If you guys know or don't know, those things also shaped me as a person. Fan fiction, Once Upon a Time, right? Stuff like that. Probably other things that I'm forgetting right now, but things that keep me up. Spider Riders keeps me up in the middle of the night. That's probably like, do you know how like, okay, I can't really tell the difference between a hyper fixation and a special interest because everything that I have ever liked to me is a special interest. Like I have never hyper fixated on something and been just like, oh, well, that was fun. I don't care anymore. Like I care about everything in equal amount. So yeah, anything. So I have a bunch of weird little, you know, little things. Weird little things. Favorite Disney songs? Oh, somebody wanted to see if their guesses were correct. This is Nico. Out There for sure. I really like the songs from like the Tangled series. It's really hard to pick like, you know, just one obviously. I would say, let's try to do a category-based one. Production number, be our guest, okay? I Want song, definitely Out There. Villain song, I'm gonna have to give it to... I'll give it to Scar today. It changes, really. Favorite villain song changes. Love song would have to be... Where they're both singing to each other, though. It's hard, because I think only A Whole New World is like that. Kiss the Girl, they don't... I really love I See the Light, but I think that Tale as Old as Time is just better written. So like there's always, you know, that sort of stuff going on in my head. My favorite climax song is like Ready as I'll Ever Be or the Mob song in Beauty and the Beast. Like, oh, you know, for love songs, I could have also said If I Never Knew You. I think that that's a really pretty song. But yeah, like Disney doesn't really do like the climax number anymore. Like we got one for the Mob song, and then we also got one for in Pocahontas, which I mean, Pocahontas is problematic, so but that's like the only time that they ever did it, and then they like decided that was good enough, I guess, and never did it again. In terms of my favorite like finale song, I'm just a sucker for all of the movies that have like the big song, but now it's like orchestral, like, you know, The Little Mermaid ends with Part of Your World, The Beauty and the Beast ends with Tale as Old as Time. Oh, in terms of opening number, my favorite is Belle, I think, even though I really like Hunchback. So I hope that that answers that person's question. They asked about what my favorite Disney songs were, and they wanted to guess. The other thing that they asked is what Disney movie I think has the best soundtrack, okay? I love Hunchback, but I'm gonna have to give it to Beauty and the Beast, okay? And the reason for that is that Beauty and the Beast has no flops. There's not a single song that is bad. okay? Be Our Guest, Human Again, Belle, Something There, Tale as Old as Time, the Mob song, Gaston. Like, it is just across the board. There's not a single bad song in Beauty and the Beast, okay? But Hunchback has the gargoyles, okay? So when we talk about, right, you know, if Hunchback didn't have the gargoyles, it would win, right? I love the Hunchback musical, like the one that they had at La Jolla Playhouse and everything. I love that show. I think that it is actually better than the Disney movie, the musical version, which is something that you can't always say about, like, an adaptation, right? I think that the La Jolla recording of the Hunchback musical, like, that is, like, it. For me. I literally watch it, like, once a month. I'm crazy. But yeah, so, what was I saying again? Yeah. So, Hunchback just can't be the best because it has the gargoyle song. But Beauty and the Beast does not have a single, like, a dud, okay? However, The Little Mermaid has Les Passants, and you guys know that I hate that song, so I would say that that is a dud. Do you like traveling? Yes. This is, Deepai gave us a lot too. Do you like traveling? Yes, I do. I would like to travel more. My favorite place is the Disney Cruise Line. How did you decide to have 2 colors in your hair? I don't know if you guys have realized. Do I have anything that's Neapolitan in the background? So my hair and my general aesthetic is based off of Neapolitan from Ruby, who is like ice cream. Like she's Neapolitan ice cream, right? So like this is Neapolitan. These are Neapolitan, right? So that's where I got the idea for my hair from. Do I have a hair routine? Yes. It's kind of complicated though. I kind of. So first, if you guys really want to know, like in the shower, I do like a deep condition. So like I'll leave the conditioner in for like 10 minutes or like 15 minutes or something, right? So then I like rinse all of that. So we did the deep condition, we brush through the hair, and then we like get out of the shower, right? But then after I get out of the shower, I have to wet my hair again because it dries too fast. So then I like flip over and I wash my hair in the sink, okay? And so then, after that, I have, oh goodness, I can't remember what it's called. It's like anti-something. Okay, you've probably seen them at the beauty store. They're like these big tubs, and it's like anti-so-and-so, and like that's like the product, right? And so like I put the cream in, and so I like, you know, rake the cream, oh my god, the cream into my hair. And then there's like a gel, right? That comes in like a similar big tub, and so you scoop the gel and like you put the gel in. And so then I like separate my hair like from the top part to like, you know what I mean? Like, cause you guys can kind of see like there's underneath hair, but then there's like the top of my head, right? So I'll like separate it into sections and then use a brush to like kind of do a this sort of, you know, if this is the brush, do a like this sort of thing and like make sure that the ends get curled. Same thing, do a this sort of situation on that side and like just like separate the layers properly. And then I have a hair dryer. Yes, the epic music for the epic hair routine. It feels so ridiculous. But yeah, then I try to prop my hair up on my shoulders like this around a towel, and I go under, like I have a hair dryer at my house. So I go under the portable hair dryer, and I sit there for like, I don't know, an amount of time that like feels good, because I don't want my hair to be completely dry, because you don't want it to be like frizzy, right? But like, just like, you know, a little bit, right? And then after that, I like keep it like this in the towel all day, because that way like it dries, like that way it dries, that the curls are like not weighted down by like the weight of the world, right? So if you keep them like this, they like bounce up a little bit more, and then I keep them like in the towel, like kind of not covered by the towel, but the towel's usually on my shoulders, and then I just fold the corners up into like a little baby sling, but for my hair, that's basically what it is. And then it dries, and it dries all day, and then at like the end of the night or whatever, I scrunch it. Oh, but in between the brushing and stuff, like, you gotta, like, flip over your head, scrunch, 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 flip it this way, scrunch, 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 like, after you put the product in, but before you start to dry. So like when you put in the gel and you put in the cream, then after that, after I've separated all the sections of my hair and brushed them and did that brushing thing I talked about, then I like flip over my whole head and then scrunch it like this, and then I flip over the other side and then scrunch it like that, and then I flip it overhead and then scrunch it from the bottom. So yeah, I hope that makes sense to anyone who's like curious. But yeah, I work a lot on my hair. I care a lot about my hair. I don't know if you guys can tell. I don't know, Mr. Leaf. I have a feeling I may need to change my hair if I get like a real job. You know what I mean? I have a feeling it might happen, but I want to be a redhead next. Not like an Ariel redhead, like more like a Roman Torchwick redhead. Like I want to go ginger next. Like I want to be Annie. So that's my plan if I'm ever in a situation where the Neo hair is not, because there is a company I want to work for and you're not allowed to have hair like this. But like they'll ask you to change it. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you get hired, they'll just tell you that you have to change it. So like I've been holding on all of this time like to this as long as possible, but I want to be like, again, I want to be little orphan Annie. That's my next plan. But yeah, if I change my hair from this, it'll be because I'm in a situation where I'm not allowed to do the split dye anymore. So you guys will see me, unfortunately, if I ever get a job, I guess, with a solid hair color. But yeah, I will never change the split dye into something that isn't this, basically. Out of curiosity, where's your name from? So in Kingdom Hearts, there's Sora, right? But then Sora's nobody is called Roxas. And Roxas is just Sora reshuffled with an X. So that's what my name is. A lot of people think that my name is Caitlin. It's not. My name is Kaylin. So, and I don't mind saying that because on my Instagram and stuff, like if you guys follow my TikTok is at my full name, but then it's Calxiyn Cares Too Much, right? So like that's the header. Have I watched the Descendants movie? No. I have seen some of the songs in the first one. I don't like how they depict Maleficent, but anyway. I like the song where they're on the boat and they want to make the trade or whatever for the prince. And like it's Ursula's, I think, child. I like that. I have not seen the full movies though, so I need to watch them probably at some point. But yeah, and so my name is Kaylin, not Caitlin. So if you look at the sign, if you just switch the I and the L, that's what my name is. Oh goodness, okay. Someone asked, how tall am I? I'm 5'3". Do you like fashion? Yes, this is my fashion, my Neapolitan fashion. I don't like pants very much. I like to be free. So I like sweatpants, but like if you gave me like, Cal, you can wear jeans or you can wear a skirt. Even right now I'm wearing a skirt. I don't like constricting clothing, which is funny because you guys may see this sweater and think that it's constricting, but it's not. Like it's not like skin tight, you know? So I don't like stuff that's like skin tight to my arms. I don't like jeans. I don't know. I came around to leggings because leggings are a big thing like for dance, but I hated leggings for the longest time, like as a sensory thing. Like I need to be free. So yes, all of my Neapolitan fashion is kind of like free. I am free somehow. Dream role, I think I said, is Quasimodo. Oh, you guys are saying my favorite movie adaptation of a Broadway musical. It's hard because, okay, guys, don't come for me. I don't like to watch stuff with real people in it. At least if it's a musical. Like, for some things, it's okay. But, like, have you ever watched something and have just been like, this would have been better if it was animated, right? Like, in terms of my order of operations, I want an animated musical, and if it's not a musical, I want it to be animated. Then if it's not animated, I want it to be a live action musical. And then I want it to be live action. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I'll watch stuff with real people in it if I think that, like, it being real people serves the thing somehow. But, like, have you ever just watched something and been like, this would have been better if it was animated? So, I don't watch a lot of, like, I don't know. I can't even think of anything because I don't know, like, what's out. Like, I don't know, like, what's out in the world right now. Like the Minecraft movie. You will not see me. I will not be seated. Even for Wicked, I'm like, Wicked should have been animated. I'm sorry. So yeah, I'm trying to think of like a movie that has no music that I was like, why is this live action? But something you guys will learn about me is that I really only like Gone Girl, Get Out, The Quiet Place. Like, I really only watch, if I'm watching a movie that has real people, like, it's usually, like, it has to be psychological in some way. Usually. Like, I'm not sitting there in, like, Gone Girl and I'm like, oh, yes. Like, let me, like, I wish this was animated, you know what I mean? You know, the thing about Les Mis, I actually won't say the thing about Les Mis, because I don't know. But the thing about Hunchback is, like, Hunchback is a big book, but, like, 90% of Hunchback is, like, the guy, Victor Hugo, being like, ah, yes, some yummy architecture. Like, that was his special interest, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I understand, like, they are big books, but when I read Hunchback for the first time, I was like, this is literally all about buildings. This man is describing this building for, like, 10 pages, and, like, it is going on, right? Have you ever seen Star Kids musical? Yes, I have seen Twisted. I tried to watch Nerdy Prudes Must Die, but I don't like it. I like Star Kid when they are being a parody, but there's also something heartfelt kind of in the middle, right? So I really like Twisted, but I don't like the one they released recently. But yes, my favorite Disney movie is Hunchback. If it's not Hunchback, it's Rapunzel, or Tangled, oh my god, excuse me. If it's not Tangled, it's Beauty and the Beast, I think. But yeah, the plot was just an excuse to write about buildings. It really was. Like, that is what Hunchback was made for. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, Deepai had a bunch of different questions, and they were like, no pressure to answer these, but, like, just in case. Favorite book and genre? Right now, it's The Lies of Locke Lamora. That's, like, a fantasy sort of book about, like, a group of thieves. I love that book. Like, I hope that one day there's a Locke Lamora video game and, like, musical, and it gets the kind of, like, Game of Thrones, but, like, Game of Thrones season 1 to 4 treatment. I wish and I pray, like, that one day, because it's such a good fucking book, right? It's just so, like, I'm surprised so many people don't know about it. It really needs, like, that season 1 to 4 of Game of Thrones situation, right? But yeah, oh yeah, I love anime too, I will say. Right, so, mostly I'm watching, like, animated things, like, whether it's Western animation or, like, you know, Japanese animation, so I'm mostly, like, an anime girly. The only time I really make an exception is for, like, a psychological thriller where, like, people are getting murdered, so, that's, like, basically it, like, horror movies and, like, stuff like that. Okay, when we started singing, we answered that. Do you play any instrument? I can play the right hand of my piano, for myself. Like, if I need to, accompany myself, I can do my vocal line. I cannot play the left hand very well. Have I heard any Monster High songs? No. What I have been interested in recently, you guys, and maybe somebody needs to help me, I have been really interested in Ever After High. I've never seen it. I've never even, to be honest with you, like, I heard of it, but I didn't really, like, it didn't click within my brain until, like, very recently what it was. You know what I mean? And so I'm really interested in, like, what was going on with that? Where can I watch it? What does it do? Are there songs? I don't know. Like, you know, so I was thinking about, like, ooh, Hunter and I did this thing on the main channel called Genshin Guessing, and it was guessing what the Genshin Impact characters were like. In my dream world, I could at one of the mods in my Discord server and be like, can you please make a Google Slides PowerPoint of all the Monster High characters, or sorry, Monster High or Ever After High, and then Hunter and I have to like guess what they're like based off of like what fairy tale are they and what's their personality. Like, I would like love to do that, and I'd put it on this channel because it fits in with more of the vibe, right? So in my dream world, I would add a mod in my Discord server and they would make me a PowerPoint, because obviously if I do it, then I'm gonna get spoiled. So if anybody, if one of you would like to do it and you're in, you know, just go to the Discord server and be like, Cal, I got you. I will make the Google Slide PowerPoint of the After High characters and not tell you what they are. If you could create any non-musical piece of media, a musical, what would it be? I don't know if Lies of Loch Lamora would end up being good as a musical. Like, that's my first instinct, but that's probably wrong. That's a good question. There are so many, though. That's the hard part, right? I guess I'll just try to pick one for each, like, you know. So for ballet, I already said I'm like desperate for a proper Swan Lake musical. Not whatever the Swan Princess is, I'm sorry, but like a Swan Lake musical that uses the leitmotif from the ballet. So like if I could adapt to ballet, that's the one I would want. In terms of a book, yeah, it's probably Lies of Loch Lamora again. Otherwise, there was a really fun book I read recently that's title is suddenly escaping me. That was a Robin Hood retelling. And I thought that was very interesting. And they were both kind of fruity, and it was fun. It was a fun little adventure sort of thing. So I guess in terms of books, that's the other one where I'm like, In terms of a movie, just a regular movie. See, that's the problem. I don't watch regular movies. Star Trek. Star Trek seems prime for a musical, but I don't think it has one. So that's a problem. I am watching Star Trek with my mom, I will say that. Star Trek seems appropriate to be people, because I feel like that the whole point of Star Trek, even though it does have animated properties, is that like, you want to believe that these are like real people in the real world and that this could possibly be the future. So like, that's the one show that has like real people where I'm like, I get it though. I kind of get that, like for the general conceit of the show, especially more so with like Picard and Data and like what it means to be human and everything. And like the whole thing with Q is exploring the human condition and like judging oh my god, humanity. You want to judge humanity as humanity, and so if you have it too animated and too cartoony, maybe that won't work, right? I don't think that Star Trek Picard had one. Star Trek Picard, that's not what it is. It's a New Generation, right? I don't think that they had one. Maybe the original Star Trek did? Star Trek seems like it needs a musical. I like Genshin, like, ideas. I really like Writing on the Wall, the song that they have about Kevya. I have seen K-dramas before. I really like the one about the lawyer that's autistic. That's the only one I can remember at this precise moment. But yeah, I like a lot of like the romance ones. Like, I feel like, so here's something that I don't think is really gonna be a hot take. The good thing about like places like Japan and Korea and all of that stuff is that they still have TV. Do you guys understand what I'm saying with this? Like, they have television, so they get television. Like, they get like a rom-com that goes on for like 8 seasons. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there is still television in like, you know, I think that that's what, like, it's like the people yearn for the sitcom. Like, that's basically what they're yearning for, right? And so, like, I think that that's why, like, a lot of people gravitate towards K-drama and, like, C-drama and, like, J-drama, I guess, like, Japan, whatever, right? Like, all these, like shows from different places in the world, it's because, well, they still have TV, bitch. We're here like getting like, you know, a season of a great show on Netflix and then like 2 weeks later it's canceled, but they still have like stuff like Terrace House, right? And it's like, oh my god, an 8-season like reality show, but it doesn't have that like sort of stereotypical Americanized like doom sound effects, like, or like whatever that like all the other reality shows have. Like, do you guys know what I'm saying? And so I feel like that, like, because we have lost television, like that's why people are turning to like international shows and stuff, because at least internationally they still have TV. What do we have? We have that Greek mythology show that just came out on Netflix that I wanted to watch with my mom one night when we could both like actually sit down and pay attention and we're not just like, you know, working but also listening to something in the background, and they fucking canceled it. So why am I gonna start that show now with my mom knowing that it's canceled, right? Like, why would I do that? I know, they probably don't have Terrace House anymore, but you guys know what I mean? Like, the same principle applies. Like, yes, people I'm sure get canceled in other countries, but I mean shows. Yes, shows get canceled, but because they still have, like, the concept of television. Like, they get actual television and stuff that, like, has filler episodes and stuff that goes on for 5 seasons, and what do we get? We get stuff on Netflix and then it gets canceled. I have not seen Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, unfortunately. Yeah, and I hate the laugh track. I have beef with laugh tracks. Don't tell me when to laugh. I'll laugh if it's funny. I will laugh if it's funny. Fuck off. Cal, if I become a member, can you sing for us? What would you want me to sing after I've been talking for 3 hours? I did sing a little earlier. If you become a member right now, I will do a karaoke stream this month. Is my promise. I don't know if I'd ever cover any dramas on this channel, just because this channel is more like niche things that I liked, and mostly as a kid. You know what I mean? So like, even though not every Barbie movie is a musical, like that's the sort of vibe, or like Ever After High, right? Or something like Monster High, right? Like that's kind of, do you guys know who Athena P is? And like who Negative Legend is? Like that's what this channel was sort of supposed to be, but then I got into the weeds about doing too much song analysis lately. I have this unhinged video planned, and it's like Prince Eric isn't boring, you guys are just mean. Like just like, and there, I made a thumbnail which is like Prince Eric like in a conspiracy board. And there are a bunch of red threads like attached to him, you know what I mean? So like that's kind of like, in November after Halloween is over, I do want to make sure that I do content that isn't explicitly a song analysis, because I don't want people to forget that this is not a song analysis channel, that this is like a neurotic channel, and like to be neurotic we need to talk about Prince Eric and why he is underappreciated. So yeah. So I don't know if I'll ever cover things outside of that, you know what I mean? But I guess somebody asked about like, oh, what's the future of the channel gonna be like earlier? Other than me hoping like one day I'll magically blow up. I think that I would like to by the end of the year. I have a plan. I have a whole plan of content for Christmas. I have a whole plan of content for November. I just want to like ride out the year and like do it. You know what I mean? Like do 2025 and be like, I really built up something here. Or, sorry, go into 2025 knowing like, I really like built this channel from nothing. Like, I'm so happy, you know, like that's kind of what, those are my goals, right? And to put out a lot of different things that I'm like really proud of and really happy with. And hopefully the Vtuber project will be out this year. I have a feeling it's not. Thank you, Idiots React, for the, yeah, see, do you guys see the little names that they all have little, like, corny names, right? So that one's Rhythmatic Revelers. So you are reveling in the rhythm. But yes, we are getting, yes, I will do a karaoke stream this month. That's something else that I would like to do, is more weekly streams like this. Like, not necessarily, like, like this as in a Q&A, but just, you know, connect with you guys more outside of like the actual song analysis videos and do like other things. I don't think like I'll ever play a game on this channel or something unless like it's explicitly a musical theater channel. Maybe what I would do is like a musical watch along or something. Like maybe I would do something like that, but I definitely want to do more karaoke and like sort of those things. Yeah, I think if I did do like, for example, Stray Gods, right? Stray Gods is a musical. What I would probably do for Stray Gods is I would like stream it on my regular channel, and then maybe I would do like a video about it here and then just tell people, oh yeah, by the way, I played it on, you know, whatever. Also, I love Epic Mickey. I never got to play Epic Mickey 2, but that's another thing that I'm like neurotic about is Epic Mickey. And I'm so excited at the remake release, but I have no money, so I haven't bought it yet. And also that's something that I think my good friend Soliana would like to stream. So I'm holding off on playing Epic Mickey. Even though at this point, my good friend Soliana is probably not going to be able to stream until like next year or whatever. So I don't know why I'm depriving myself of joy in all things that are good in my life. But anyway, yeah, Epic Mickey, I love Epic Mickey. I can't say that I know the songs from Epic Mickey 2 though. Billy Bust Up is interesting because I heard that the gameplay wasn't very good, but I was always interested in it like as a musical. I just never got around to like investigating. You know what I mean? But I love Epic Mickey, and I love stuff like Epic Mickey that's like, you know, there's this sort of, I say lore, but when I say lore, I don't mean like a lore dump as much as I mean like an interesting twist about an already existent thing. You know? So when I say I like shows with lore, I don't mean like, please tell me about, you know, 12 pages about your OC. It's more so like taking the thing that we already know and like it has an interesting, you know, twist in some way, right? In terms of karaoke, I've never had a problem with the karaoke streams. I did do them on my main channel for a little bit, and they would get copyright claimed after the fact, but they wouldn't get like a strike or anything, so knock on wood, it should be okay. But yeah, they just get copyright claimed, right? And so it's mostly like donations and like things like that. Like that's why VTubers are able to do karaoke. It's not like an ad revenue type pursuit. Can you do a video about We Don't Talk About Bruno? There is a very good one by Howard Ho. If you guys don't know who he is, that was one of my other like big inspirations for starting this channel, like Howard Ho and Sideways. He has a video that's very good. Maybe one day, like, I don't know, I don't know if too many people talked about Encanto, but I always say that like, nothing is ever out of the question. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, eventually, I am going to run out of Barbie songs. I am gonna run out of Little Mermaid songs, right? Ooh, character themes. See, that's something else I thought about. Like, there's this guy on Twitter who's like an opera singer. He's not on Twitter, he's on YouTube, but he's also on Twitter. He's an opera singer, and he like plays video games and like talks about the music and stuff. I would love to like slowly open this channel up to anime eventually. I feel like I would have to start with like something like Stray Gods, right? Which is like an interactive musical. And then like get into Vocaloid. And then get into something like Oshinoko. Like slowly start to dip our toes in. But yeah, the Miraculous movie is something that I've been thinking about. Yes, it's Marco Meatball. Yes, I've been tweeting at him because he got some shit of like, oh, well, why does it matter if an opera singer is playing Silent Hill? And like, he tried to explain that like he analyzes the music, but then some asshole was like, oh, well, wouldn't it be better if you were a music engineer? What does an opera singer know about music? And I was sitting there and I was like I was so angry. Oh my God, I was mad. I was so mad. Because like, do people not understand the training that you need? Like, you know what I mean? And this is not to disparage pop or pop singers whatsoever, but like, pop is not the same as musical theater or like opera in terms of the training. Some people that write, even people that write like, you know, pop songs and stuff do not know how to read sheet music, right? Like, if you are in a genre that still relies on sheet music and like classically trained, like, elements and stuff like that. Like, you know music theory. I know music theory, and I'm not even an opera singer. In opera, it's even more important, right? Because, like, that's all you're doing is telling a story with the music. I mean, obviously in a musical, that's what you're doing too, but like, operas are usually sung all the way through, right? So it's kind of a different situation. Anyway, so yeah, the Marco meatball situation, oh, I was mad. I was so mad on Twitter, like, what are you talking about? Because I think that people have, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't want to disparage any particular person, but like, I don't know. Don't come for me. I don't know if someone like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if, like, the One Direction boys can read sheet music. Like, I don't know. Pop is, like, a different kind of situation where, like, being a singer doesn't mean that you know a lot about music, but being an opera singer does mean that you know a lot about music, because that's the training that you go through when you are becoming an opera singer, right? Or like, again, musical theater. You have to be able to read sheet music. A lot of us need to be able to sight read. A lot of us went, you know, through advanced, like, musicianship and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know if every boy band, right, for example, I don't know if they know anything about music. I don't know if they just, like, get up there and sing, right, because it's a different situation. But if you are working in a genre where there is still the element of, like, classic sheet music and stuff like that, you need to know how to read the sheet music, bestie. And, like, this is what I said on Twitter, too, about that situation, right? People need to understand that you do not need to be a composer to have an interest in music like that. Like, I'm not a composer, but I still, like, come on here and tell you guys about, like, every Little Mermaid leitmotif that, like, I can find and whatever. And so I think what people don't understand is that you do not need to be a musician to have an interest in music. It's just that most people that are vocalists have an interest, like a vested interest in music, right? So that was what was driving me crazy about that situation, is that I guess I understand why people are like, well, what does an opera singer, right? Like, because they're used to, like, I don't know, again, your boy bands that, like, are singing, you know, or whatever, and, like, they're singers and, like, that's what they're doing, right? But, like, people that are on stage to tell a story with the music usually, first of all, typically have a better understanding of, like, musical storytelling, and then also just have a vested interest in, like, the nerdy shit, like a reoccurring leitmotif and stuff like that. So anyway, that is what I think is important. No, you do not need to be an opera singer to, like, know about music or talk about music, but a lot of us as performers already have a natural interest in that sort of thing. Like, that was something that through school a lot, I was, like, raising my hand and being like, oh, I think this line has a double meaning. I think that this leitmotif is the same as this other leitmotif, right? And, like, you know, it was just something that, like, a mix of naturally and then also just, like, because I'm personally interested in it. It happens a lot. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, it's a mix of, like, I was naturally inclined towards those things, but then also I think that a lot of vocalists are, because if you already like to perform the music, you probably also like the storytelling behind the music. I will defend Thomas Astruck Fantasy. I don't care. I love it when he claps back to people on Twitter. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but I'm just like, I will always defend you, Thomas Astruck. Like, sometimes he's genuinely, like, mean, but, like, he's French. You know what I mean? So, like, that kind of comes with the territory, but, like, I kind of love how unhinged he is. I love how, like, when people ask him stupid shit, he, like, ratios them. I'm sorry. I know it's bad. Creators, platforms more responsibly. I don't know. I think that the reason why I kind of love him is because, like, we can't do that. Like, the only way that he gets away with it is because he's older and kind of mean and French. Like, you know what I mean? There's, like, a stereotype about French people being kind of mean. So I think that, like, I don't approve of his behavior a lot of the time, and I do think that, you know, he would benefit from, like, going outside and, like, not, you know, being bothered so much by what kids on the internet tweet at him. But at the same time, I'm like, he's kind of like who I wish I could be on in some days. You know what I mean? And so I think that that's why a lot of people, even though we like agree that he's annoying, it's also like we wish that we could be you know what I mean? Because it's like so much harder to be restrained than to like let it all out. What does it being friend have to do with it? You gotta be there. You gotta understand. Yeah, so for the karaoke, it'll be here, and it'll probably just be a general, like, it'll be a general session, but I also want to do, like, themes. Maybe, like, for this month, because it's already Halloween, maybe I'll do a special Halloween karaoke, but I want them to have, like, themes. With Tarzan, okay, so somebody's asking about Tarzan, okay? I think Tarzan is good. Spirit, I haven't seen before, but I don't think that Tarzan is a musical. Do you know what I mean? I think Tarzan has music. I'm French, so I don't understand. Oh no, sorry, idiots. There is a stereotype about French people being mean. Especially French Canadians are mean. So if you're like French as in you were born in France, maybe it's kind of different. It's like I'm talking about the French Canadians, all right? That's who I'm talking about, I'm sorry. Oh, that's not nice, but like, have you guys been to Quebec? Do you guys know about the lore about Quebec? I saw a tweet recently and someone was like, why are there French people in Canada? I was like, what? Do you guys not know anything? It was like clearly an American was like, why are there French people in Canada? And I was like, guys, what? What are you talking about? Why? I mean, I'm sure, oh, no. French Canadians are me. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. It's like, idiots react is the only nice French Canadian, I think. I think that that's probably why. I'm just like, you are the only nice one. Oh no. But yeah, okay, so you have been to Quebec, so you understand. Yeah. Oh gosh. Anyway, yeah. I love how someone was like, why are there French people? And I'm just like, what do you mean, why? Oh my god. Americans on Twitter are so funny sometimes. Some people think that I'm American, and I don't understand that, because there's a Canadian flag in my Twitter bio. So yeah, if you guys didn't know, by the way, I'm Canadian. I'm not American. And I do not live in America. I don't know how people got that impression. But yeah, I am not Canadian, or sorry, I'm not American. I am not American. I am Canadian. I am very Canadian. I am not American. Yeah, seeing tweets recently, seeing American Twitter recently has been just very interesting. That's like was saying why are there Italians in the USA? I know, I was just like flabbergasted. I was like, what do you guys, what does this mean? But yeah, I think Canadians can tell that I'm Canadian, but I don't know if Americans can tell. I don't think that Americans are good at figuring it out, for some reason. But yes, I think that we are gonna wrap up the stream in like, I don't know, 10 more minutes, rapid fire. That's what we're going to do. I'm gonna change this. Current question. This is your rapid fire question. So like if there has been a question, it doesn't need to be musical theater related. It doesn't even need to be like related to anything. But like your rapid fire, like let's go. But yeah, I think Americans have trouble telling. Like I think some Americans can tell depending on where they live. Like I think that if you live like near like New York or something like that, I think that like you can probably tell the difference because New York has a lot of Canadians coming in, right? But I think it just sort of depends. You know what I mean? It depends on where you live in America, because it depends on how much Canadian exposure you have, I guess. I don't know. Thoughts on jukebox musicals? I usually don't like them, but I like Mamma Mia. As a Brazilian, I can't understand a thing about what y'all are saying. Oh no. Oh dear, I'm very sorry. But yes, now we have rapid fire. Corpse Bride. I like the Corpse Bride. I don't remember if the Corpse Bride is a musical. Is it? Maybe. Well, see, California Fantasy is just on the other side, so you guys get the British Columbia people. So it all tracks out. It's like the states that are on the border with Canada, you know what I mean? I think can recognize a Canadian a little better. Prove it, they will believe you if you speak French. Oh god, I don't know if I remember how to speak French anymore. Oh god. Do you guys know? No one is going to know this. Does anybody know what Louis the Grenouille is? It was like a musical in French about like a frog, and that's all I can remember. But yeah. Do you guys remember the frog musical? I feel like that's only in the Ontario curriculum for French. So I don't know if anybody else remembers this, but like it's a whole story about like a frog. And he goes on like some sort of adventure. And all I can remember is like the Louis the Grenouille part, or I guess it's La Grenouille part, but like he's a frog, okay, and it's a whole musical and he's a frog. I don't know, I can't remember anything else, and we all had to play a part in French class, and it was like drama, and we had to memorize our lines or whatever. Oh, I do remember though, we had to do the Free Little Pigs, right? And so it was like, petit cochon, je veux entrer, and it was like exactly like that. Like that is how the line was said. So that is what I remember. Obscure Canadian cartoons. Honestly, I think like 16 Spider Riders, like that sort of thing are kind of like the obscure Canadian cartoons. Mickey Mouse and the Three Musketeers. The Three Musketeers has songs? Do I just not remember anything? Or are you saying that you wish that there were songs? Oh, I think there is a song. I think that Pete has a song. I need to rewatch it again. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Yeah, obscure Canadian cartoons. Other than 16, which isn't really obscure. I think that a lot of people know 16 now. Yeah, petit cochon. That's all I remember from French class. Oh god, I don't remember the songs of the Three Musketeers. I gotta watch it. Oh god, oh no, I can't remember. I can't remember. Oh god. I guess I'll say like the worst adaptation of a character I think I have ever experienced, unfortunately. I hate how they did Ursula in the Little Mermaid musical. I'm sorry, they made her way too crazy and like way too funny, and like she just lost, like, her menacing aspects to her, so I don't like how Ursula is in the Little Mermaid, like, Broadway musical. I don't like how Maleficent is in Descendants, I'm sorry. It's that same sort of situation where you, like, you took a character that was genuinely menacing and you made them, like, a showgirl. Don't appreciate that. My favorite cartoon, like, ever, it's really hard. I love Spider Riders. That doesn't mean that it's the best one, but I do love it. I think in terms of anime, I really like Beastars. I really like The Promised Neverland Season 1. I like Shadow's House. I love Code Geass. I have my little Lelouch statue. I love Death Note. So those are some anime that I really, really like. I got into music first. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't like plays. Alright, I don't like plays. Most of the time. I think it kind of goes back to what I said about live action people. I'm like, I've never watched a play where I'm like, you needed to be a play. You know what I mean? I think that most plays could be movies, if that makes sense. Like, there's not really that, like, a connection with the audience that a musical has that is required for most modern plays. I think Shakespeare needs to be, like, performed. Like, Shakespeare should be a play. I love Shakespeare stuff and, like, old plays. But, like, in terms of, like, modern plays, I've never been to a play where I was like, oh, yes, I'm better for this being a play. Like, not a lot of the time. Shadow's House has an anime? Yeah, I reacted to Shadow's House Season 1 and Season 2 on my YouTube channel. I don't like the Broadway Hairspray. I love the movie Hairspray, though. Captain Planet, I don't know about that one. Oh, does anybody remember Atomic Betty? That may be a show that you guys like. And that is obscure and really old. Yeah, I like Atomic Betty, and then also The Weekenders. Do you guys know what The Weekenders is? Where it's like the show only took place on the weekend. That was a really like old, kind of weird, obscure, I think Canadian only, question mark? I don't know. Canadian primary, at least, like it was Canadian first show. Yeah, Weekenders. The Replacements is a good one, like where they swap places and stuff. Just because we're asking any question, when is your birthday? My birthday is December 7th. Don't worry, we will have a birthday stream. I don't know what we will do, but we will host. Every year I host some sort of birthday stream. It'll probably be here, honestly. It'll probably be with you guys as opposed to on the Calxiyn channel, unless we're playing a game, then it'll be on the Calxiyn channel. But if it's like a birthday karaoke, it'll be here. So, favorite classic movie? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not really a movie person, but I really like, you know, your Wizard of Oz's and your, like, the movies that Audrey Hepburn, like, is in, like, that sort of thing. Like, what's the one? Not the one. I'm gonna say something and then you guys are gonna be like, it's totally this one, and it's not. It's like the one where like the girl is like poor and then they make her like presentable and like to upper society, and she falls in love with some guy, and it's not the British one, it's like an American one. So I felt attacked this stream. Oh no, don't worry. Oh man. But yeah, like, there's this movie, I think it's Audrey Hepburn is in it, maybe? But yeah, like, it's kind of like an Anastasia scenario, but it wasn't Anastasia, you know what I mean? Like, it just had that sort of similar plot of, like, fake royalty, kind of con man exist type situation. But I don't remember what it is. But I love those movies like that. I just feel like old movies just hit different than new movies, and I know that's such, like, you know, I feel like that these days is like an I'm not like the other girls, like, type take, because there are so many people. Have you guys ever seen that meme where it's like, heartbreaking, worst person you know disagrees with you or whatever? Like, that's how I feel, because when I say these things, people are automatically like, yeah, fuck, like, this woke shit. And I'm like, no, don't fuck this woke shit. That's not what I meant at all. Like, I'm like, what are you talking about, right? So, like, that's kind of like the problem is, like, when you say, I like things from this specific time period, there's always inevitably some crazy person that is like, yeah, I hate this DEI, diversity quota that they put in the Disney, and I'm like, no, I don't agree with you at all. What the fuck? Like, that's not why these things are bad. Like, these things are bad because, like, they're color graded badly, or because, like, they're filmed in a way that's, like, for TikTok, right? Where they're putting, like, everything, all the scene composition, you can start to tell now with movies that were made with TikTok in mind, right? They want vertical composition, right? So, like, it's just, it's hard because sometimes I say things and there's always that one insane person that is like, yeah, I also hate this woke thing, and I'm like, no! What? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not why I don't like it. I don't like it just because it's bad, not because, like, there's any sort of, like, you know, not because there's diversity in it. So it sucks to be on the internet nowadays and be like, I love when movies were colorful and bright and they looked like this, and then you have some fucker who is like, oh yes, like back when things were like good or whatever, and I'm like, I can tell what kind of person you are if you're like coming into my tweets and being like, oh yes, back when movies were like good, but then you say like some weird thing about like, you know, the SJWs, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not why I don't like the movie. Oh god. And so yeah, it's just hard. So I always try to preface like my opinion in terms of like, that's not why, guys, that's not why. Like, you know, like saying that I don't think that Snow White's gonna be very good, right? It's not because I have anything against the girl that's playing Snow White. I think that, like, she's a great singer and everything. The reason why I think that Snow White is gonna be bad is because of Pasek and Paul. If you guys don't know, the guy that wrote, the team that wrote Dear Evan Hansen is writing the new music for Snow White, and considering, like, the time period that the original music for Snow White was written in, I just don't think that it's gonna end up going very well. Like, I think that it's gonna be bad. I think that Snow White's gonna be really bad, and the new songs that they write are gonna be bad. Just like how they wrote that song for Aladdin and it was bad. Just like how they butchered, like, the reorchestrations of the songs that were already in Aladdin, right? So I'm like, no, it has nothing to do with her. She's a great actress. I think that it's gonna be the music. You know what I mean? I think that the Pasek and Paul are the culprit here, right? But then you have people that are like, oh, Rachel Ziegler is personally destroying Disney, and I'm like, no, she's not. Like, fuck off. No, she's not. Right? Cal, can you do a weeb voice? Sometimes in my videos I do that, like, oh, well, you know, Hazbin Hotel wasn't supposed to be like this, and, like, that's, like, my weeb voice or whatever, like, when I'm, you know, making fun of people in the videos. Oh, why did I stop the music? Were we doing something? I can't remember. But yeah, I agree that pancakes and waffles are, like, vastly different. They may be made with the same, like, batter, but, like, pancakes and waffles, like, waffles have a nice crusty, oh god, crispy, sorry, not crusty, crispy texture, all right? But then pancakes are very, like, fluffy. I don't like things that are, like, soft like that, so I prefer waffles because I like my food to be, like, almost burnt. Like, it is so crispy that you almost see, like, the soot of the toaster. You know what I mean? So Lexa is saying that they only like waffles if they're drenched in syrup and butter. And see, that's like the reverse for me. I can only tolerate a pancake if it's, like, thin and, like, crispy. I can't tolerate a fluffy pancake. I don't like the texture. What are your thoughts on Ariana Grande being cast in Wicked? Oh no, I think that she will be okay. I think that she will be good even. Like, I think that she will be good. Because despite what everybody, you know, says about her or whatever, she has been on Broadway before. Like, she has done Broadway things before. She was in the Hairspray revival thingy, that they did, I believe. Or was it Little Shop of Horrors? I don't know. Anyway, I think that she's gonna be good. I don't know about her acting ability, but, like, Victorious, guys, you have to remember, is, like, a kid's show. So, like, they're not necessarily asking for the pinnacle of acting. I'm sure that she's a better actor now that she's an adult. So, like, that's another thing that, like, guys, don't get me canceled on Twitter. Like, don't the Ariana Grande people are gonna come for me. No, I think that she's going to be good. I think she's gonna be good in the movie, and I think that what helps... Here's a hot take, though. Here's a hot take. One of my teachers used to say that most actors cannot act, they are just typecast, okay? Like, most actors are not character actors anymore that can slip into vastly different characters. It's that most actors are cast based on their genuine regular personality, right? So, for example, have you guys ever seen The Mentalist, right? With it's Patrick Jane, right? So that same actor, I have seen him in other shows, and he plays the exact same character every time. He is the kind of charming, but kind of also an asshole rich guy, right? He plays the exact same character that he plays in The Mentalist across all these other shows. And I'm not saying that he's not a good actor, because I don't know what other stuff he's been in, but, like, you will start to tell that some actors are getting typecast as themselves, right? Like, and it's not to say that they aren't good actors, but, like, they haven't had a chance to develop the idea of playing a vastly different character. You know? Like, could the girl that plays Wednesday in Wednesday play Enid, right? Like, if you're a true actor, like, honest to God actor, you should be able to play Wednesday and Enid. You know what I mean? But I think that especially for some actors now, is that a lot of actors are getting typecast just as themselves, and so they have, like, no they have no, like, ability outside of what's already familiar to them, right? And it happens to women, it happens to men too, with men being like the same nerdy character, right, and all that stuff. Even like the guy that's in Wicked, Fiyero, like the guy that's playing Fiyero, I can't say because I haven't seen his like entire acting thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if his take of Fiyero is just like American Bridgerton man. I can't remember who his name, Anthony. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like, you're Anthony, but like in a different font, right? Are you ever afraid of being typecast? Yes and no. I guess I've just accepted that it's gonna happen. So, like, afraid isn't the right word, because, like, on one hand, I do want to play these roles, right? Like, I am glad that I am short and I am cute, basically, right? Because I do want to play, you know, Cinderella and, like, Rapunzel and, like, Snow White and, like, that sort of thing. And so on one hand, like, I'm glad because I know what the casting height requirements are, right? I know what face shape that they look for. So on one hand, I'm glad because a lot of the time, the characters that I would get typecast as are the ones I want to play. The only time that it makes me kind of annoyed is, like... The only time it makes me kind of annoyed is like this idea that I will never be considered based on how I look, even if I can play the part. Like, I'm not gonna be cast as Quasimodo, probably, and that makes me a little sad, you know? Or like Dimitri, or like even female characters where I'm like, I know that I could sing that. Like, if you gave me the chance, I know that I could sing that, but I don't give like boss-ass bitch, right? And so I'm never gonna get a chance. So like that kind of annoys me. But I also recognize that I am still young, relatively. I mean, I guess it depends on who you ask. Some people, if it's like, oh, if you're 25, you're fucked, right? Like, you know what I mean? If you're 25 in musical theater, you're screwed. I don't think so. What I'm glad about, and I agree with Peridot about, like, being glad that I'm a soprano as well, because I'm basically, like, the perfect soprano. Right? Like, this is what you want a soprano, hair aside. You want the soprano to look dainty and cute and, like, round-faced and, like, all of that stuff, right? So I'm lucky that I look the way that they expect me to sound, if that makes sense, right? But I also acknowledge that I will get older, right? Even though I have a baby face now and I still get mistaken for a child at the airport, eventually I will get old and then I can look forward to playing like older roles when I'm older, right? So I don't get too hung up about it because even though I'm typecast now, it's because of how I look now. Who knows what I'm gonna look like when I'm 40, right? Who knows what my voice will sound like when I'm 40, right? And so I'm not too worried about it. Like, I probably will not play Eponine or something, you know, or like Elphaba, but like maybe, right, older, you know, people can still kind of get away with characters like, I don't know, Vivian or something, like from Legally Blonde. I'm just trying to like think, or like the teacher, like from Legally Blonde. Not the man, the other guy. Not Emmett either. I'm thinking of like they're in the movie. I think there's a female teacher. I don't know. You get mistaken as a child? Yeah. So last year, when I was coming back from the Disney cruise with Arnold, I was like actually accosted by airport security and like accused of being a child, basically. And I was like yelled at. Like, I was actually yelled at. It wasn't just like a 5-second interaction. It was like they were like angry. Like, they were angry that I was an unaccompanied child or something. And they were actually mad. And it delayed us to the point where we almost missed our flight. And I'm so mad. I hate the Florida airport. It's always Florida too. Yeah, So, like, they literally started screaming at me, asking me where my parents were. And I wasn't even, like, I was just in line. I wasn't, like, going through, like, the security, like, the suitcase stuff yet. So we were just yelling back and forth at each other. And I couldn't really hear them either, right? So I was like, what? And then they asked it again. And I was like, what do you mean? Right? And I had my passport with me and everything, but they made it such a big thing. And then afterward, like, they didn't even apologize. They just acted like it was my fault for looking young or something. Like, you know what I mean? I got no apology from, like, the airport security man that was, like, harassing me. I also think, I have to be honest, right? I think that there is an element of, like, racial profiling when I'm out with Arnold, right? I don't think that if I wasn't with Arnold, I don't think that that would have happened. Does that make sense? Like, if I had been with, like, a white guy, I don't think that that would have happened. I think that that's why it happens, honestly. Right? But yeah, like I said, I'm short. I am 5'3". I have a very baby face. It has happened before. Like, it has happened not, like, at the airport. Like, it's happened in regular life, too. You know what I mean? Like, I've gotten the, aren't you supposed to be in class? And I'm like, I'm an adult. Like, if I'm, like, you know, around, I don't know, say, like, for example, I'm, like, walking around downtown. Like, I have gotten, like, you know how at recess you have, like, the teachers, right? Like, I have gotten, like, accidentally, like, get back here and get back into class, and I'm like, I am not your student. I'm a 25-year-old woman. Right? So anyway, it's happened to me before, like, especially because our school was close to, like, an actual, like, elementary school, like, in terms of, the school I went to downtown. So yeah, like, it's happened. It has happened multiple times. And usually people are nice about it. Like, usually people are just, like, embarrassed or, like, have a little tee-hee, but, like, airport security was acting like I was being, like, I don't know, like, trafficked or something. And I was really mad because I had my passport with me and it has my age on it. So, like, what the fuck? Like, how did you think I got this far? How do you think I got into your country, right? Because I'm Canadian, right? So I already had to pass through the Canadian side of the border to even get to Florida. So, like, what are you talking about, you know? So, yeah, it pisses me off. I still think about it. It makes me mad because we almost missed our flight because then what happened was Arnold and I ended up getting separated because of this whole thing, right? So we ended up, like, getting, like, split from each other. And so I, like, ran to the airport gate and I got there first, but I didn't know where Arnold was, right? So eventually we just, like, we got split up, but because we were so close to missing our flight, I was, like, running to the gate and hoping that I could explain to them what happened and that they would, like, I don't want them to delay the flight, obviously, but, like, we are here, this is what happened, please help me. And I was, like, hyperventilating and crying, like, by the time I got to, like, our gate where we were supposed to go. And the worst part about MoCo, too, is that, like, some of the terminals, you have to get on a monorail, so you're sitting there waiting for the monorail to come, and then the monorail takes you to where you're supposed to go in terms of your gate, which is, like, horrible design. Like, just a terrible thing to do, to have a monorail inside of the airport, right, instead of having everything be walkable. Anyway, so, yeah, it was bad, but, like, the flight attendants were really understanding about it, and they were like, and, like, there was this random old man around, I don't know who he was, but he was like, don't worry, like, these nice people are gonna help ya, right? He had, like, a thick southern accent, like, this older, like, this older man, and he was like, don't worry, the nice flight attendants are gonna help you, right? Like, he was looking at the flight attendants like, please don't leave this poor girl stranded all alone, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, so, fuck the Florida airport. He made me so mad. It made me so angry. But yeah, that was, like, going from Florida back to where Arnold lives. So, like, that's what baffled me, right? Because I had already passed through, I'm Canadian, I already got this far. I already got through the Canadian border into America and already did border security, like, when I first got into the country, right? So anyway, MoCo is just a bad, I think it's called MoCo, I don't know if that's how you would say it, like, because it's MCO. It's just a bad airport. Like, it's just not a good airport. Boston Airport, fantastic. Boston Airport is, like, that's the nice airport. Toronto, kind of hit or miss, but, like, Boston is the kind of airport you want. It's so low-key. There is no stress. Everyone is so nice at the Boston airport. Like, Moco is just insane. And I guess it's because they get so many people coming in, like, from Disneyland and everything. How did you get the situation resolved? Well, I had my passport, right? So eventually they just gave up. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll call my mom right now. She will send me my birth certificate. Like, you know, I just argued with them really hard. Eventually. Do you play any instruments? I can only play the piano on my right hand. I do not play any other instruments. I wish I did. I always wanted to take up the violin, but like that's kind of an expensive thing to like start on a whim, you know what I mean? So I think that what I would do if I wanted to play another instrument is I would make sure that like my piano was good, get back into the habit of like sight reading and everything, and then like pivot to something like violin or guitar, but I feel like that I should invest in the instrument that I already have at home, and I already have the piano. But yeah, sorry that this stream ended with like such a random like oh, angry like anecdote. Oh man, like I have so many stories like that of getting mistaken. I mean, I remember too when I was traveling to my first RTX. I remember that like when my mom was dropping me off at the airport person thought that I was like an unaccompanied minor. And that I was going, like, for the convention. I guess it's because my mom was there and she dropped me off, so, like, she just jumped to a conclusion, and I was like, I'm 19. I'm not an unaccompanied minor. This is just my mom. My mom is just bringing me to the airport. So, like, but in that time, it was okay because, like, it was just, like, a flight attendant type person. Like, they were trying to be helpful because at the airport, there are people that's their job is they're supposed to help, like, minors and the elderly and other people that may, you know, have, like, trouble, like, navigate the airport. So at that time, it was okay. But, like, oh my god. Security, it's never okay. I think that on the Disney cruise, I accidentally got, like, child coded, if that makes sense. Like, one of the people, yeah, you guys are saying, wonder if the Disney cruise, I did get, like, at the, you know, at the pizza place, I was waiting for them to finish, like, cooking the cheese pizza or something. And, like, one of the guys, like, that was behind the counter was like, sit down, princess, it'll be done, like, in 10 minutes, and we'll bring it to you, right? Because they're really, like, you know, the customer service is really, like, top level on Disney Cruise Line, right? And so I was just kind of, like, waiting, like, for the pizza to be done and cut, and they were like, what are you doing standing here? Please sit down and we will bring it to you, right? Like, you know, they don't like guests, like, kind of, like, I don't know, lingering like that or something. Like, so it's like a politeness thing. So they sat down, they brought me the slices, and I was just like, thank you. But I would have been happy just standing there waiting off to the side or whatever. But no, they made me sit down, right? So the princess thing could have just been like, you know, Disney lingo. And they knew I was an adult, but I also wonder if they thought I was a child. Wait, because I'm just here waiting for the cheese pizza to be done and out of the oven, right? And the fact that it's cheese pizza, too, if it was, like, vegetable pizza, maybe they would think that I was an adult, but, like, the fact that it's, like, the plain pizza that has nothing on it, I think that guy thought I was a kid. Oh, God. Jesus. Yeah, so that it did happen on the cruise a couple times. But I think mostly on the cruise, like, it's a bit different because obviously, like, most children are with their, like, parents. So, and also you tend to see the same people around a lot. So I think that, like, in terms of the cruise, like, after, like, the second day, people understood that I was an adult because they saw me, like, in the adult area, right? So, like, that's something, too, is that, like, on a cruise ship, you're stuck with the same people, and so you see the same people all the time. And so it happened at first, but then after a while, I think they figured it out, you know what I mean? Because, like, if you see people in the adults only section, obviously, like, to be there, they have to be an adult, right? Or, like, at, like, late dinner seating and stuff, like, usually, like, that's the adults, right? So anyway, yeah, I still think about that Disney cruise all the time. I need a Disney cruise to fix me. Like, that could fix me. the airport I'm not looking forward to. If they just sailed out of Toronto or even out of like Quebec, I would be so happy. I would love to travel to Quebec. Hopefully now that they're making new ships, they'll consider that. I know that I think the reason why they don't do it is because like Canada's just a little too far for like the Caribbean itinerary, but I'm pretty sure that New York did a Bermuda itinerary, but the problem is they have no New York ship right now. They used to do a New York itinerary that would leave to New York and go to Bermuda, but they don't have it anymore. So I'm hoping as the new ships come out, they will have a ship that is just in New York, because I would love to travel to New York to get on the ship instead of Florida. Like, I don't want to go to Florida anymore, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, not just because of that incident, but just in general. Florida doesn't feel like a safe place for me and Arnold, you know what I'm saying? I know that's a generalization and like the states aren't like that, but like even when we went on our trip, my mom was really like hesitant about like us going down there just because of like the climate that is in the US at the moment. So I wish that like they would leave from New York. And yes, I do live in Toronto. But yeah, that's like my dream. If I could have anything in my life, I want the Disney cruise to leave from New York, or ideally again, Toronto or whatever. But I think that this is a good place to end the stream, guys, because it's almost 8 o'clock. I have not seen anyone in 4 hours, like in terms of my family. Like, I hope my mom's okay. I have no clue what she's doing. I haven't seen my cat all day. The last time I saw him, he was like in the middle of my mom's bed, and like he just like had the whole bed to himself, so I'll go find him. My birthday, I mentioned this earlier, but it is December 7th, and this year I will be 25, and it kind of makes me want to cry, because I guess this is the last thing that I will leave off on. On my main channel, I recorded a time capsule video in 2020 during COVID, and it was me being like, I wonder what your life now is like at 25 years old, and I will be so like mortified if that video comes out and I don't have a job, because I don't remember everything that I said in that video, but I know I was like, oh, I wonder if you'll be a performer, I wonder if you'll have did this and that, you know. But yeah, I'm turning 25, so you can figure out what year that is, but yeah, I will be so mortified if that video comes out and I am like not successful or something, because then everyone will watch it and be like, oh my god, like she had all these goals and all these hopes and dreams for when she would turn 25. It's October 2025 is when that video comes out, because that's when I recorded it during COVID. And like, I don't even look the same anymore. Like, I have blonde hair, and like the video is scheduled, and it's been scheduled for 5 years on my main channel. And so I will be like distraught if I don't accomplish anything. And not to say that this is not an accomplishment, but I need something better I need to feel better about myself somehow. You know what I mean? Like, if my channel, like, goes viral by the end of the year, and by viral, I mean, like, every video has 100K views or something, I'll be like, yeah, let's go! We did it! You know, and, like, people, like, find my channel and start binge-watching my videos. It's not even about subscribers, but, like, if every video reaches a certain threshold, I think then I'll be happy. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, guys, I need to do something, because I can't have it be in October and then nothing happens. You know what I mean? Like, I can't have this video come out on my main channel. And like, imagine if like my main channel is dead and I don't post there anymore or something. Like, I can't allow this video to just go up, you know what I mean? Because that's my worst fear too, is like, what if like, it's like, because I haven't been posting on the main Calxiyn channel that much, because I've been focusing on this one just because nothing is going on. Like, imagine if like that video comes out October 2025, whatever day it is, I can't remember now, and people are like, man, I miss Calxiyn, and like talk about me like I'm dead or something. Like, that can't happen. We need to do more. Yes, thank you guys all for watching the stream. Hopefully we will do more together soon. Snuff Out the Light should be out this week. I wanted to do 3 song analysis this month. I don't know if that'll happen, because Snuff Out the Light is a bigger undertaking than I thought, and then my other one was supposed to be Poor Unfortunate Souls. I wanted to squeeze Friends on the Other Side in there, But now Epic is doing something on October 31st, so I think it's just gonna be 2 videos and then the Epic live stream, and that's it, and then also like karaoke and stuff. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys for 5,000 subscribers. I thought this was gonna be a 2-hour live stream, which is a lie. That is not what happened. So yeah, thank you guys all for joining this entire time. I'll try to like, hopefully someone will timestamp the specific questions that I answered in the comments. Hopefully, maybe someone has taken it upon themselves, but I hope that you guys enjoyed. I will cut out, I'll try to for the YouTube version when I went to the bathroom, and then also at the beginning of the stream. Karaoke stream, I don't know, it'll probably be like a week where I don't post something, if that makes sense. Like, it'll probably be like, if I post Snuff Out the Light this week, and I don't post next week. Do you guys know what I mean? But yeah, I appreciate you guys. And yeah, I do understand as well, period. I think that, like, for me, it's just because of my family. Like, I went to, like, a family event last weekend, and they were like, so what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm happy with what I'm doing, but I don't know if anyone else is happy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in terms of, like, you know, I don't know if my mom is like, ah, yes, my daughter is trying to be a YouTuber and still has no job after, like, 5 years of school. Like, you know, my mom's proud of me, like, for the channel and everything, but, like, I don't know if that's what she, I don't know if that's what she thought things would be like. So, yeah, it's not even, like, a me thing. I'm really happy with what I do. I just wish that everyone else was as happy for me, you know? And, like, I think that that's the thing. We live in such a money-driven society that it's like one of those things where it's like you can't be proud of yourself unless you're making money. Like, you're not allowed. You know what I mean? Like, if I was making enough money, my family would, not my mom. My mom is supportive, like I said, but like my extended family would probably get off my back, but until that happens, they don't see this as like a valid thing that I do, right? So, it's okay though. But I still love everything that I've made on this channel, and I'm really proud of everything that I've made so far, and it makes me really happy to have this reception and to know that everybody enjoys it as much. Like, I did not think, like, that Preminger video was gonna get almost 10K views, or however much it has now, or, like, even the Barbie video essay. It's, like, the analytics on that one, it's interesting. It seems like that it could potentially go viral soon based on, like, not viral, I mean, like, better. Right, like more views, because it's like the watch time is really good, people are watching it all the way through, like, and all that stuff. So if like a big creator posts a Barbie video, like reacting to all the Barbie movies or something, and my video gets recommended beside those, it's like, oh, this could pop off, right? But to pop off, you have to keep working, right? You have to keep doing what you're doing. Exactly. Preminger, my beloved. Yeah, so, you know, that's the only way, really. I mean, sometimes videos just randomly get picked up by the algorithm because you get suggested against someone else. Like, say, for example, Aster made a Barbie video and it got, like, 1 million views. There's a good chance that my Barbie videos would get shoved in there and then I would get more views. But really, the only way to get more views is to keep making more content, because every time new people come into the channel from, like, Whatever It Takes or, you know, something like that, like, they go back and watch my older stuff. So really, like, the only way to illuminate the stuff that I've made in the past is to keep moving forward and make stuff for the future. So hopefully, if editing does not kill me this week, you guys will get Snuff Out the Light, and that'll be fun. But I will go for now so I can rest up and everything. And this made me feel a lot better because I was sick last week. I don't know if you guys knew. I put it community post. I was like, guys, I want to stream, but I'm not feeling well. So this made me feel a lot better, and I feel a lot better, so that's good. I guess to end it off, Lexa, it is Loser Baby. I can't wait. That's the last song I'm gonna talk about, I think, is Loser Baby, and then we'll have, like, a complete set. But I'm excited. I'm excited. We're gonna finish Has Been. We're gonna finish Wish. I'm going to try to do things that aren't necessarily song. Again, I have some unhinged Disney Prince video essay ideas, but yeah, I will see you guys next time, I hope. Okay.